Guys, I guess we're just on. We're just on. All right, I had intended to do a stream a couple days. Actually, the last couple days, I was thinking about trying to do like daily streams, but unfortunately, my internet was not working out the best. But today we're here, and today, I have some preliminary work to do first. But I figure I at least can set up the stream. So maybe someday I'll have a schedule that people can follow. But for now, you know what? I'll just see whoever notices the freaking. I hope the Discord bot works. It seems like it does. It seems like it does because I was checking it again and it does. It did actually post the thing. It's like 10 minutes delayed, but it does eventually give a notification that hey, it's live. Anyway, with that in mind. Let's see what's actually showing up on the stream here. So bug, the game is not showing up. There it is. Okay, so the new patch says you have infinite level in gold. No, basically, I've done a lot of preliminary work with different menus and whatnot, which again, I'll do a more in-depth video on how all that happened, to be honest, because I think it's actually pretty cool. But the last big one, and this was really the big one because, well, it can do this and it can do this, was the main menu, and trying to get this actually to function on the new system, of which will probably be shown pretty heftily, honestly, considering I'm gonna have to be building the whole dang thing. Let's see, let me move some windows around so I can see things. I think that'll do. Right. Okay. So first preliminary work, I have to actually write down all the steps I'm going to be needing to take. So that'll be fun. And I also need to get the reference image. So I'll cut this first. And, where would that be kept? Images. Boom. Here we are. So if I take this and go to, not that. Oh, no, not that. Gonna close that so I don't stumble into anything. Oh, that's right, the bitrate thing. I forgot about that. Is that just because I have bad internet? I'm not entirely sure. OBS keeps telling me like your internet, buddy, your internet, you got a bitrate thing, and I think that's a setting. I think it's fine, but there's also part of me that's like, hey, maybe that's actually just the internet itself is kind of funky. I'm gonna get that image reference, and then we're going to get the overworld. All right, so this right here, this is what we're duplicating. This is what we're mimicking, and we have a new system that I've built using sequences that is actually pretty good. And if this goes really well, then I'll just like throw a bunch of stuff in here and it's just gonna work and it'll be awesome. And if it doesn't work, then we can all cry. I can also delete all this crap too, I think, because I don't think any of it's going to be applicable here. So yeah, that's the deal. So it's just a matter of actually, you know, getting all this stuff to function. So I'm going to first start. I guess the very first thing to consider would be making sure we need to port the resource bars to the top left sidebar. Then we need to create a small equipment tab. In sidebar, yeah, basically. Need to show, this isn't on here, but this was something else I wanted to do. We need to show level and experience somewhere in sidebar, I think is a good idea. Need to port the 4 menu icons in sidebar. Then we need to shrink down these thingies at some point too, change the actual design a little bit. Then we need to port the map control icons, move map to top side, port log, port choice bar, port story choices, back, next, etc. Add gold above log. I don't think anything would need to change about the actual visuals in there. This is just GUI. Add buttons to both borders that show they can be moved. Move the, I don't know what you'd call that, the map title to top right. And then move the status icons from sidebar to map. I don't know about that one, but I'm gonna hang out. That's pretty much everything we've got on here. So now I've got a list of to-dos basically. And so now we just have to figure out how exactly the best way to go forward with this will be. Because I certainly don't know. I certainly have no clue. Alrighty. So with that in mind, first let me make sure I've got no desktop audio, and that's good because I like to listen to music, but this isn't royalty-free music. So can't just stream that, but the rest of you get silence. Which, hey, you know what? Maybe that's better anyway for editing or something. Oh boy! All right. Yeah, this is interesting. So, I mean, I guess the only way to start is to start. So we'll just start figuring something out. I'm not sure if there's any like best way to start here. We just have to build this thing. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit so it's easier to read. Whoops, no, not that. Try to, blow this up. So most of these, it's like we're gonna go into game controller and we're probably just gonna cut a lot of this stuff over. Because by having these as actual like separately defined things, it's pretty powerful. Gives a lot of versatility in how we can control them without having to do it all manually, which is a real pain. Okay. I guess the bars are the most like obvious, so we'll start with that. I will just cut the status element entirely. Just make it so it has nothing tied to it. Status text element is what it is. It should still exist because otherwise we'll probably crash, but yeah, we'll just cut all that. So now we need to make a bar. Options here. Create group will be sidebar. Sequence list. Try to use something that's like pretty close. Now we search for all instances of bar element, so we know that we're getting all of our details down. We can close this for now. So this right here is the big reason we want to do this, because now we go into here. Check for resistance. Oh. Get stat bar. Oh. Interesting. Put a pin in that. So this is the first step. Now we used a very specific, unique system for this thing that helps them collapse down with size. Not entirely sure what we'll do with that, but for this, pretty much what we want to do, we want to set some dynamics here. Gotta be able to see both of these at the same time. We don't want the X position to move. I think we'll care if the Y position moves. I'm not entirely sure. Actually, no, for this, yeah, we don't want it to actually move. We don't want the left side to move. Don't want the top side to move, but the bottom and the right should adjust. From there, we want one column. Rows should be dynamic. Columns is not dynamic. Got the this, and that. This says that, so I suppose maybe we do that, but I'm actually not feeling that, so we'll start simpler than that. Honestly, easiest choice here would probably be just dip this in here. We have add resource bar, and so from there, then you can just throw in resource health and all the other resources. Sanity, energy, trauma. Ain't that fun? Ain't that just fun? Actually, I was thinking about swapping these, by the way, too, for reasons. So then we'll have this, where we just send this in. Boop, boop. It'll always be the player, because that's what the main UI will always show, so this makes things easy for us here, too. Can just add the bar. Actually, what am I doing? We don't have to do that. That's the whole point of simplifying this. Take that element, add the bar. I can do just bar dot var set round to ceiling. And then the final one being, we have to set this abbreviation. This is where things are like, this is literally entirely just made up. This is not a real thing. This is a thing that doesn't actually exist in the system at all. It is entirely made up. I just specifically reference these things and call it a day. Which makes things pretty, it's pretty kooky. Okay. With that in mind, that should handle creation just fine. So these things will just build immediately. Speaking of which, I gotta make sure that this actually does build at all. I think that's important. Just every time clean for everything that exists. That should be fine. This should be fine. If not is undefined for this. So that way we don't break anything if this happens, if this calls a couple too many times. Just jump right in there. If it's not undefined, then destroy the sequence. So we'll call that every time instead. Should probably be fine. And then over here we've got all the creation things. And so this is when we're actually moving back. This will be an interesting, that'll be the first step just to see if we even get that proper in the first place, right? So, GUI sequence bar, or no, list. No, that's not quite what I meant. List bar. Hoorah. Ideally, it would basically just be something like this. Now, I don't think we'll do any kind of animation for this one because it's just the main setup. We have a fun little animation for the rest of the stuff, but I don't think we need that. We'll do 800, I think. I'll figure this out. Something like that, just to get the general idea down. Details aren't quite as important as just making sure we actually have something that works. Yeah, that should be fine. So again, this right here, this dynamic system automatically will take care of this. I don't believe we have to do anything to worry about that. But this whole system, the very specific abbreviation system, that I will have to figure out. That requires an exception because that was something that was built extremely specifically just for this system. So we'll need something entirely new to handle the slow collapse of the numbers and the like. Alrighty. So step one being that the bars just don't exist in the first place. It's good to know. For sanity effects, obviously they can't target the bar anymore because the bar doesn't exist. It's actually quite interesting, to be honest. Get stat bar. I feel like there's something we can do for that. Well, again, if sanity effects are crashing every time, that's not that big of a deal. The most important thing right now is just actually figuring out how to show all this, right? Making sure this shows in the first place. This is kind of its own weird little thing, so probably print that. See when we're actually calling this. Try to get some triggers going. Yeah, so that's the first issue, is we don't even call this thing right away. So I do believe one easy way to handle it for now, since we know, well, we don't actually know, but I'm pretty sure, is that draw dynamics when we do anchor default, when we set all this stuff, I think that'll do it. Because we call this one time on like close to creation, and then we could just call this after the fact. Maybe. Maybe. Is there a 5 somewhere in here? Doesn't look like it, so it's not actually getting called for some reason. That's super interesting. Oh, interesting. Is that because GI controller doesn't exist yet? Ha ha ha. Okay. All right. Okay. So maybe this has something that has to happen on creation? That's getting really specific now. I'm not entirely sure about this. Might just be an important part of the pipeline. We have to just add in. Oof. Okay. We'll just go straight to the control pipeline that we instantiate with. After player exists, after all this other stuff exists. Did we at least call it? I didn't actually check, lol. Crat. Yeah, okay, so we did. We ran it. It is running now. So now the next question simply becomes what to do next for it. Because it obviously ain't working. We have a couple of different places we could turn to. I feel like it should run in the first run category because I'm pretty sure in every other case, like we'll want to set it to display immediately after the game started, I think is the better place to handle. But what's interesting is I don't believe we'll need to do it again because I think we'll re-trigger it every single time. So that'll be interesting. It looks so empty now. Okay, well we know we're triggering it. So I suppose the next question then is just to see, hey, are we getting all the way over here? If we see that print, then we'll know pretty clearly that, hey, something happened in here at least. That's the next step. If we didn't make it this far, then that means we didn't really create anything. So there's a couple of options, but I think the one I'll go for here is just going for the debugger now, even though this thing has been notoriously problematic for me. At least just jumping in here and seeing what happens on that creation, because my guess is that we are creating it, but then perhaps we're not actually able to build. So we clean nothing. That shouldn't be a problem, I don't think. We do a shift reset, blah, blah, unmuffle background, very fine. All of this should be perfectly fine. And this is the difference. We actually go and try to create something. We have a sequence. Oops, well, crap. We at least set that. We did set that. Cool. We did, like, at least set it. That one's not crazy. It's just that it didn't make it far enough. So the next question becomes, from menu clean, let's see if we're running this frequently enough. We ran it immediately. That's no problem. Because I think that's the same run. Yeah, it's the same run as before. All right, so that shouldn't be a problem. So I'm not sure entirely now. It seems like we actually are triggering the create, and then we're setting up the sequence. The sequence is being built. A lot of that should just happen automatically after the fact. We are cleaning the sequence. So I guess the next thing to check here is just, you know, what's inside our array. I mean, we should be... Oh, you know what? I think I do actually know what's happening here. And this is not the smartest thing in the world. I think I do actually know what the problem is. Hang on. So I'd like to notice something. Even if we go through the effort of actually creating this, right? That's lovely. Good. Good for you. We don't actually try to draw this thing because when we actually try to handle drawing, we only draw sequences in the menu draw. And the menu draw happens very specifically right here, if the overlay is enabled. So pretty much the background drawing and then combat elements and then draw elements, we basically need this to happen here. Another one, which should be fine, but you know, just a kind of funny little situation there. It might make transitions a bit awkward for this stuff though. No, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. So that's interesting right away. This did work, didn't it? I mean, look at that. Pretty clearly it worked. So that's a big deal, right? It's a very big deal. Huge. Couple things I'd like to do. We're going to highlight. Take a screenshot. So going in and out of a menu. So that might be the first thing I'll do is I might just go ahead and just let this be. Meaning I'm not going to figure out exactly, we're going to write down that this is a bug, that it doesn't generate on first startup. But we'll figure that out later because now we have a way of actually, you know, consistently being able to test this. And I feel like making sure that the menu actually looks proper is going to be a lot more valuable anyway. And after that, once it actually works, it'll be a very small thing of just figuring out like where and how, some like really niche issue, I'm sure, over why it's not fully generating on startup because, you know, it's all kinds of stuff. All right. So element color, just look like C menu text. Very simple little thing. That's step one. Step two. The sidebar here is actually pretty tiny, if we're being honest. So rather than trying to deal with that, I'm actually going to go straight to scale and say, hey, maybe actually we need to drop the scale of these things a little bit. Drop them down. Between those two things, I'm going to see how it looks now. We might actually just end up with way more space that way, and it might not be that small. Well, I don't know. That's pretty small. That's pretty small. And even then, the bar is still quite a bit larger than the actual text, isn't it? Unfortunately, there's not really any way to do anything in between because if I do, I mean, look at these sprites, for instance, they look gross, but even if I do anything in between like 2.5, that might be nicer, the text is going to get really gross really fast. For anyone that works with pixel art, you'll know exactly what's happening here, but basically, pixels do not like anything in between whole numbers. They do not like to round. And yeah, so now we get really ugly text that can't be fixed in any way. But I think they are dynamic, so that's cool. Just automatically. And this is the real thing that's kind of nice about this whole system. Of course, the capture makes it look super weird because my screen size is locked on there, but I'm making the actual window size move. And so these are just automatically dynamic, which saves a ton of code and a ton of brain work. And that's one of the major reasons why I wanted to adjust all this, because all the dynamics of the previous system where everything was hard-coded. All of it was hard-coded because I could not figure out how to make it work otherwise. Where's the thing? That's why we have all of this. That's why all of this exists. Just this insane, huge system. A lot of it's collapsed too. So like you don't have to see all of it. And then we hide a lot of it in functions. And then it just keeps it's just so much stuff. It's so complicated. That's because it was all hard-coded. It's all because it was all hard-coded. So now, thankfully, we don't have that. But we did lose the abbreviations, right? We did lose the abbreviation system, this very hyper-specific system. So I'm kind of interested. I think we can probably throw in something. I'm not entirely sure just yet, but I'm thinking we actually can make something like this, which will be a... I gotta move my mic because I can't reach my keyboard properly right now. It's a little awkward that way. But basically, for now, we'll just call it adjust. But somewhere in here, right here, this is where we actually handle things. That's kind of what I want to try doing. Let's drop it all in here. Cut these region stuffs. We don't need the for loop because this will just be this will be set per thingy. We don't even, I mean, it's nice to just have the bar, I suppose, but oh boy. And then we have these very, very specific cuts is also half the problem too. Yeah, right. Even now I was like, dude, that's something that's very oddly specific, isn't it? I have sidebar collapsed here. Cut that stuff too. Excuse me. Oh, geez, even this thing. Well, oh boy. No, we need to. We have to get rid of them. Where's the settings element? Yeah. I have to cut that because we're not going to reference these anymore. So it is what it is. I'll just say that's just false. We'll move it over here so it's a bit more obvious what's happening. Again, we can't reference that. The sidebar collapse system is just a strictly terrible system. Sidebar collapse in all these cases has been removed. Sidebar collapsed is now just localized here. And then finally, sidebar expand 1 and 2 are gone. Expanded. That's a lot of variables for a frankly ridiculous amount of things. but this is the way we did it. And it did work. For a demo, it did work very well. It looked very smooth when you have one font and a very limited amount of movement you're allowed. So, instead, my thought is, I'm not entirely sure. The thing is, pretty much all we really have to do is we just have to use the actual like width of the list or something to that extent. Basically, we would want this to trigger, like, you know, call this function some amount of times, I don't know, like maybe every 6 frames while moving sidebar. And if you do that, this bar will be able to check this stuff for you. So we have, anyway. Oh, geez. I just heard a lot of breathing into my microphone. Is that angle bad? All right, I think that's better. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess we could just leave this if it's like super localized. Like, okay, yeah, we never use this anywhere else, and we're calling it right in here. So that is honestly pretty safe. That's pretty safe. Yeah, it's literally all in here anyway. So, excuse me, that might be fine. Wait, do you set the name pretty much automatically? I'm sure we could make like a stat get name sort of function that can make this even better. So we wouldn't have to save, any of this. Because if we want to make this super, super nice, probably the best case scenario would literally just be like, well, no, I mean, it's a little dangerous. It's a little dangerous. At the end of the day, for English, it worked great. Let me see. Oh boy. Gotta set the window here. For English, it's a little dangerous. I'm sorry, for English it works, but it's a little dangerous for future languages because they might not all work this way. But for English, you just literally take the first letter and then add a P. Boom, done. It would work for all of these. So we could just grab whatever the actual thing is, and then we could just automate placing what the abbreviator. But I didn't do it this way because, again, I wasn't sure. There's a lot of languages in the world, and so it's very possible that their version of this abbreviation could actually be like really messy and just not work out well at all. It's like, yeah, that might be very stupid long term. So it's like, you just, again, a very specific weird situation. I mean, some languages might literally not even want an abbreviation because it's like just a single character or something, right? So it would still probably just be better to have the abbreviation exist. So then you can just say it's the same, you know, instead of just randomly adding a P afterward. And then again, what would that P even be in other languages? You just have a bunch of Chinese characters and then a P. It's like, bro, what? So yeah, we'll just hold with this. And in this case, then instead of a bar, it would literally just be, you know, oopsies. Oh, I see what's happening. My bad. Like, why is this thing not working? Why is this not setting up for me? As for the collapsed and all the other stuff, I honestly just don't know. But my thought would be basically what we do is like x2, I think. If x2 is less than, and we will just have to have like certain markers, I suppose. I'm currently just wildly unsure of what exactly we want to do. Cut off 1. So we're doing basically the same thing, but it's more localized, which makes it a little less painful. But I'm doing it this way just for now because I'm not entirely sure I know exactly what I want to even do here. For such a weirdly specific system. I'm probably just not thinking this fully through, to be honest, right? This is one of those things where it's like, there's probably a good solution here that you're not thinking of. But for now, I can't think of it. There it is. Okay, just had to go and look through the history to see what the cutoffs were. Right, we don't use those other two. So we had them hard-coded at this. So I think I'll stay somewhere within this realm to start with, so it's very easy for me to tell what we're even doing here in the first place. So basically, it's just like, we do bar.x2 is less than cutoff 1. Once you get less than, that's when we go ahead. Ooh. This was actually a pretty interesting way of handling that, so that it would just clip every time. That's actually really interesting. Hang on, I think there's actually something there. This right here. You just go ahead and swap that every time. Swap that. Yeah, that's probably good enough for now. Then bar is just something you have to actually toss in. That's the idea. That's kind of how this would look. And cutoff 1, I'm going to swap those around. It's probably more accurate to what it should be. This is the largest out one. And yeah, it's fine. It'd be var get visible, by the by. This would be a easier way to understand what we're looking at here. Alrighty. We got something going on here. Now all we would have to do is we have to do it like an add event of some kind. Now that's really interesting. I don't actually know, to be honest. For now, though, we could maybe do that. Pass in the bar. Then pass in the bar. I'm curious how that's going to work out. It's not going to work for the basic stuff, but I think if I pull it all the way here, nah, no way. Because what even is the cutoff? The X2 isn't even moving. They don't have any connection like that. Well, again, I said this the first time, and I think it was the correct thing to do, is that we should really not be focusing on this when it comes to, we should really just make this with the intention being, hey, you know, it's nice to at least have the idea in mind, but pretend that you can't move those things, right? Pretend they're not dynamic in the first place, and then build around that is probably a much healthier option. I think I will go ahead and adjust and make these larger. It definitely just feels like that's just good. So we'll do that at least. Otherwise, though, that's probably fine. Just leave it be. Okay. What the heck? USB device can't be recognized. Sounds good. I don't even know what USB device can't be recognized. I'm not going to worry about it. It's probably not a big deal. All right, what more do we want? Probably these things. Relatively simple. Now, we have a couple of options here. The first one's we could just make these both separate, but I think having them as a list is actually pretty clean. It's quite nice to do that. Let me move both of these over here. It's like a reminder. I'm gonna just notate every bug I run into as I go. So that way I remember that they exist. Now I get these bad boys. I'll just organize this stuff after. It'll be easier that way. Sequence list, blah, 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 blah. Map icon. Something like that. We'll go from 420. Do like 360. That's probably good enough. How many of these do I think will exist? It's possible. Might need something like this. Obviously don't want to go too deep with it, but what the heck? I don't even know what happened there. Plus, all right, there we go. Oh, actually, try to make that line up, I suppose. That'd be kind of nice. We got another list going, and then that way. No, not you. Be over here. Don't think we even need this now. Getting all turned around with different stuff. Put this down there, cut this. We should probably still have this over here for the bug. It's getting to be a lot of stuff, a lot of things to look at. Whoopsies. Right, so these are the zoom buttons. So we just take those, cut those. We'll put those into our bag of crap to remember. Right here. This is the zoom center element. And then we've got some other stuff going on here. I see. This is the function then. It is just a GUI sequence, or is this a group add sprite? Should pretty much do a lot of the work for us. Then we have in camera one last thing going on here. We barely use this thing anymore. I'm not going to try to maintain it. I see. It's back. That or this. And there's your description. For this thing, we actually do want it to be white. We want the alpha to be this. I don't think we have to change that actually. I think that's just default. That just is default good. I don't believe we have to change the, well, just in case. Swap these two. I believe the X should be dynamic. I don't believe the Y should be. Well, I don't know, to be honest. We'll find out soon enough. The left should not be dynamic, the top should not be. But the position itself, my mom's dynamic. Howdy, how's it going? Welcome to whatever this is. So I suppose we got all this stuff going on here. Maybe we don't actually have anything to directly add stuffs going on, but I can cut that piece. Again, these I think were legitimately just that was just for dynamicism. So as long as they kind of just, you know, as long as this works out and I get the settings right, it should mostly be done anyway. These three things are fine, and then over here we can just cut this. Oh wait, hang on. Don't forget to pull this down over here. Zoom element. It's just in here now. Perfect. And last one was the puzzle reset element. Very specific. Once again, just cut all of that. Pull it into here. Ah, well, hang on. Once again over here. There we go. This is the interesting part. What is this, puzzle functions? So, right, the idea is I need to figure out, oh yeah, we're going deep. We're going deep into the bottom of the barrel of witchcraft here. It's getting some weird stuff. this is pretty much as deep as you can go because we're literally building out like the foundation of the menu system and such. Deep into the yolk. That's probably the best way to put it. So we actually determine visibility based on whether or not you're in a puzzle, which I actually think is kind of good. We could maybe do something like this. If in puzzle, build. That's one downside that is going to be problematic, and we'll figure that out soon enough. So once again, I'll write down another bug. By the way, I already see this coming. Starting a puzzle won't automatically add this element. Now, that isn't necessarily too bad, though. I think I have another idea of how to fix that. But again, most important step, I think, will actually just be... Let me take this thing. Cut that. We're just going to build this out the old-fashioned way first. All right. So we'll do this, and then we want image index 1, and then we want map center zoom. Cut both of these. Undo that. Second round, that. Copy all those. Reset, boom. Pop-up puzzle reset. Oh, that's nice and easy in comparison. Holy cow. Okay. We'll just say zoom center, zoom in out, puzzle reset. It is using the squigglies as terminators. Yes, yes, indeedy. Yeah, that's a good name for them. What exactly do I do here? So basically now I need to figure out how to get these events that were once set based on the actual thing itself, the actual element itself, which is why we had these variables in the first place. But now I need to find a nice clean way of doing this, like... I don't know. I don't know if there's any clean way to do this, to be honest. This is going to suck no matter what you do, to be honest. How honest can I be? Yeah, sounds way cooler. I mean, honestly, I've noticed that's for a lot of things, but for coding especially, I feel like the way you describe it happens to be... You can make coding sound a lot more interesting if you just describe it in a certain kind of way. At the end of the day, we're literally just tricking rocks into thinking with electricity, and that's a strange concept. I don't know who the hell came up with that one. I clearly use this somewhere else, which is why we're referencing it. So that's another potential problem. All right, well, one thing at a time. I guess the best way to do it would just be var zoom. How about this? Var cent, var zoom, var puz. And then we literally would just do that and just drop it in here. Because we don't need to actually save these elements, but we do need to assign them their chosen thing. So we take care of that. The zoom element would have its own individual function. That's very specific, but hopefully still does the trick. That we would just copy and paste, I think. And then this one, the var cent. This clearly is a function we like to use. So if that's the case, this should just be a function. We shouldn't do all this crap with it. Call it here, and then here, and then here. It works better than the original plan. Oh yeah, basically, I don't even know if we had an original plan, to be honest. I think people were just like, well, I mean, I don't know. Like, something's got to happen, so... Someone just like, I don't know, maybe they did some weed at some point, went on an insane trip, and they're like, oh, hang on, guys. I got something. some ye old LSD or something beyond those years. So we call these from the perspective of game controller almost every time. This really probably should just be its own, boy. Let's not do whole word. Ignore this and then see. Function zoom. It's very specific. Window? All right, well, you know, it doesn't matter. Who cares? We definitely should we should definitely find something here, but for now, I think actually we'll just use GUI sequence functions. GUI sequence. Sorry, I did something with this. Oh, okay, yeah, there it is. GUI sequence functions. We'll just put it in here because this is basically my like dump for functions I need, but I'm not entirely sure where to organize them to. And I'm trying to figure out, and honestly, it's not happening. So we'll just name this the zoom center, because that's what it does. That's what it is. That's what it's for. Boy, oh boy. I do believe it is something just like that. Think. Do not return anything. And instead, this is a Boolean that checks whether it's instant or not. And then just handles centering the camera. Yeah, that's it. That's all you need. That'll do it. Yeah, it's whatever. There's just immediately there's things I'm looking at here. I'm like, yeah, why do I do it this way? But whatever. If it works, it works, and we don't need to fix that anytime soon. So let's just not do that. This is probably healthier because, oh boy, that's fun. Just realizing I'm checking if something's not a number. That's good. It's always what you like to see. Check out the game started. Honestly, I almost would prefer if we just do it this way. If not game started, just exit. Seems like a better guard clause to have. Just to be really safe. I definitely quite like safe functions far more these days because it's a pain when something just straight up breaks and crashes the whole thing. So I like having a lot of catches and guard clauses and whatnot wherever possible. Then this makes things easier because now we can literally just do this. And we just don't even pass anything in the first place. And I think we should have the zoom elements done. Not the prettiest outcome overall because they did have to almost nostalgic seeing nan errors. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, my favorite errors are the ones where like it just crashes without any error, and I'm like, all right, that's Game Maker's been doing that to me more and more frequently. For wow, I don't even know what I just saw there, but hey, it worked kind of. Whee. Yeah, reset the puzzle. All right, I just crashed that. Anyway, yeah, those are my current favorites. It's just, all right, well, thanks. Now I can't see. I don't even know what the problem was. You didn't even tell me. Just not feeling it, I guess. I do believe this will, I mean, this will be fine if when we swap things around. I guess what the problem is because of that, right? Which means if I cut this, move this down, cut this, move this down. because I wasn't realizing I was on 11 there. Handler's out fishing. Try again later. Basically, handler doesn't get paid enough for this. It's like, oh, thanks. All right. Didn't want to deal with the strangeness that was going on there. So interestingly, I don't. Maybe it's just where it's positioned, but I'm pretty sure this is like darker than it was before. But I feel like maybe the alpha variable I'm using is wrong, but I'm not going to worry about it. That's a small thing. All we know is that this is in fact working, and I don't think we have to do much more than that. There's still the bug of the puzzle reset element now being permanently visible, but that's not that big of a deal. Now, I guess I'll just take a minute. Gotta handle my source tree and such. So, just gotta make sure I'm actually remembering what the hell's going on here. So we just created this thing, which means we can go ahead and commit all that stuff. Replacing some stuff around. I don't want to commit any of the other stuff because it didn't even work. We can commit all the cutouts here. Oh, this didn't work either, so I don't want to do that. We've got that nanner that was just handled. Oh yeah, the to-do, because I'm not going to fix that yet. I honestly might never fix that. I don't think anyone really cared about that feature in the first place. I'm not even 100% sure why I added that. And then resource bars are cut. Cut that, cut that. Cut the zoom adjustment. Cut that thing. All right. I guess we can add that for now. Because I mean, sure. Sounds good. All right. Move that over there. Are those icons going to overlap anything else clickable? Oh, so yeah, they intended. Yeah, let me just go and refresh those up here. So this works as intended. This is fine. This is just, you know, this zooms in. Hooray. This centers the map in case you get like way off and you're like, this is supposed to be for puzzles. It just resets the puzzle. And so that should only be visible during puzzles because it'll try to reset the puzzle. It'll do its damnedest and it'll just crash every time. So GM bug, I'm going to see why this thing ain't showing up. Oh, because it's below the game. If I put this above the game, what the? Wait, what's happening? All right, that's good enough, I guess. That was weird. But yeah, it'll just crash every time because it's like, I can't. There's no puzzles. I can't. Of course, those other UI things are kind of just meant to be in the middle, more or less, of the map. So like they can like overlap a little bit, but it's off to the corner enough that it hasn't ever seemed to be an issue for anyone. That said, though, we do actually have a new system for drawing that can just make things opaque. Where they have just an opaque background instead, so anything behind it ceases drawing, kind of. And I haven't implemented that for these because they're old, but it maybe could do that. Just make it so you can't see through them anymore. But, you know, honestly, I'm not even sure where exactly we're going to be putting them. I guess I can mark off the map control icons because that took care of it. So the next thing, now we're getting to some of the bigger stuff, aren't we? The choice bar, I suppose, would be another reasonable thing. Oh boy. Okay, so we have a couple of decisions to make, and they're going to be very interesting decisions. So there's a couple of odd situations. I can't really show it very easily, but I think some people have probably noticed this before, at least. Where when you get to the choices, some areas have a lot of choices, and they they bulk up a lot. There's just many of them. There's very, very many of them. And that inherently isn't too big of a deal, except when they start getting so large, they start to overlap a little bit. And so one of the games is just trying to make sure that the choices that you have don't do that. And then especially because we now allow you to shrink the screen size. It doesn't look like that. Just, the capture's not the best, but it looks good to me. It looks bad to you. Just trust me, bro. But then right here, this is probably the best example of what we see happening in the future of just having many choices. And boy, oh boy, this is not looking great anymore because there's just not enough space. So we'll have the choices as a list. And to be fair, I mean, part of this is just because, why is the sidebar even expanding this far? But I need to figure out how to maintain a situation where if you have a lot of choices, in an extreme case where you have a very tiny screen and many, many choices because you're in some kind of super important area that just has a lot of things to do. Ferryman seem legit, honestly. Yeah, yes, right. Else Ferryman, baby. I don't know. Like, yeah, that's intended. You could tell. Clearly, we got to do something about this, but what exactly do we do? My thought was, because we've got a scroll bar system. I got a little scroll bar thing going on here. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that there's just a little horizontal scroll bar that shows up that you get to use instead. Oh, by the way, we get to check how this thing looks. Oh, isn't that delightful? So I think I will say that's probably not what I intended. Don't think that's quite right. Up and down is fine. Oopsies. I don't think I'm going to do what I've done. Talking about these guys, by the way. I just now noticed that doesn't look like what I wanted it to look like. So anyway, but yeah, choices, whatever. Got distracted a bit, but I think I might do a scroll bar there. So then that becomes an interesting question of whether we do it as a list or a scroll bar, because doing it as a scroll bar has some extra ramifications to it. This will definitely need to be a scroll bar though, because again, as already seen, else. And oh, now it's Ferryman and Nothing Island back else. Clearly this needs to have some kind of scroll bar and probably just needs more space anyway, because the last thing is, why is there so much dead space here, really? It looks fine when you've got like a nice big screen, but if you don't have a nice big screen, it's just awful. It's like, bro, why? Why did you do it this way? So that would be something nice to clean up. So let me go, before I forget, let me go over to the list. Map icons. And I do believe we actually will not want to adjust these. I think we only want to adjust the X value, to be honest. I think that's it. Assuming we can handle the sidebar in the future, I think the X value becomes the only thing that actually matters here. Get a quick reset going. Right, that wouldn't be the thing that changes it. Okay, well now it just doesn't move, so I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's whatever. Second thought, maybe I have no clue what I'm talking about at all. Well, it wouldn't be the first time. Anyway. Move in here. The left side doesn't need to stretch really contain this stuff at the top bar. Yeah, well, that's an interesting point, because it is definitely true. The original intent of the sidebar actually was that I wanted you to be able to like dip it off to the side entirely. Just take the thing and just kind of boop, and then it would just go off entirely. But I wasn't able to make that work because the technology was too intense. Just too next gen for me. But in all truth, it's not like it's necessary for you to actually have, especially if we're able to use better, because like right now we kind of almost want it to be closer to like this. It's possible that I could just make it so you can't see your max values or something like that. Or I could just go and just say like HP, SP, etc. And then in the, in the description, I say that's your health. There's a couple ways to save space here without making the text too small. And then you just kind of have the sidebar always like this. It's like, I don't know if you need more space than that, right? And that's partially why number one step is probably just to figure out, like, how can I design this first, assuming we don't have this fluctuation, because this is kind of its own unique thing. The rest of these were easier to build because they don't have that, right? It's like this, you can't make this bigger. It's just not how that works. And so then it allows me to be very dynamic with this thing. Although I will say there is still a fix that needs to happen here with the experience bar, because that still don't really know what to do with that. It just gets a bit too tiny. I guess this should turn into SP at some point, but you know. What was I talking about? What was it doing? Oh yeah, right, scrolls and the like. Okay, so I guess we'll go straight into the log then. Boy, oh boy, that'll be something big. Let's go over to, is this draw dynamics? Where do we keep those? Right here, I think. Should I open a puzzle and see how that works before I fiddle? You know, honestly, it's been quite a long time since I've opened a puzzle. It has been quite a long time. Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on. Just gonna turn that off for a second as I make sure I don't have anything too spoilery. All right, should be fine. It's just the old little chapel. Don't worry about it. All right. Now, I do believe nothing has really changed here. And if I reset this thing, yeah, the reset still is fine. Not too much has changed. I do believe it should be okay. I think there is an issue. Well, oh, actually, wait, this is a great example of what I was talking about, though. Look at all these choices. So normally it's fine, but then, yeah, if you were working on a small screen, this gets problematic fast. And so this is where we need to do something, because, my goodness, I don't even know. Of course, if you can't do anything with the sidebar, but even then, if we try to make this as small as possible, dear God almighty. So, when it comes to choices, this is important because choices are actually a little unique here. I have to be careful with how I do this. Get choices. All right, so we have all these different situations. Well, because we call get choices every time. I want to name this something else. Well, for now we won't, though. That's probably safer that way. So we have all these things. It doesn't seem like we ever explicitly call the choice element, pretty much ever. Rename this so that it's very clear what's happening. Cool. Just trying to make sure. Oh, whole word only, thank you. We define the choice element here. And then that's it. And then we reference it here. Perfect. So this is why I like getters. So in order to actually fix this, we just need this function in particular to change, to do something. That's all. Just do something, bro. The rest of it, we can just cut this entirely. And now we can make a scroll. What about the equip? Just trying to grab something that's more or less similar. Scroll choice. Endlessly expand choice element. That's a very fun, panic-inducing line. I love it. Okay, we cut all this. Pull this down here. All right. Now, when we actually create this thing, element color. Actually, we do want the alpha too. Don't forget to set that. Don't forget to set that. This should be 0.1. Center and middle. I have these things set up. So for now, no dynamics. Because I have to think about all this stuff. This is a list of one row and infinite columns. We don't need to actually set these data points anymore. Choice element is no longer referenced. Beautiful. Boy. We don't need the border. I believe those set up at 1 or negative or none. Jesus. We don't need to update the list there. For now, that should be fine. Set hitbox lock to false. That actually is good. Yeah. Set the scroll there. Cool. So now you exist, and that's great. Calculate offset. And I think this will be fine for now. But X spacing of, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. What do we use this thing? We element border that. We set that over here. Well, this is kind of its own thing, isn't it? Let's just say you're 400 now, baby. Yeah, sure. Why not? I guess I could try to like maybe try to maintain this. Let me go grab the old stuff. It'd be nice. Cause I could see myself maybe forgetting and just being like, wait, I don't understand. I don't understand. Why isn't it working anymore? It's like you broke it, that's why. That was the entire point of that decision. There we go. There. So now we'll just reference text, and eventually when we get rid of text, then we'll have to reference something else, and we'll just kind of keep kicking the can down the road until eventually we rework this thing too. And hooray. No problems at all, ever. This was Y1, so it would have been text Y2 minus choice offset Y. That sounds good. Into my combat drawers. My combat drawers. I'm showing off a bit too much. Yeah, I'm starting early. I don't know, someday I'll come up with the schedule, but you know, for now I'm just like, yeah, you know what? It feels like now's the time. Just completely haphazard. I'm taking the shotgun approach, which is basically, you know, never mind. Choice Y1. What do we have this set as before? This thing. So we could just take, well, actually it would be this thing. Oopsies. There we go. Throw that in there. Hooray. Hooray. All right, now we don't reference any of those choice icons. We use different things for everything else. Hooray. Hooray. So happy. So good. Yippee. Everything's broken now, but that's part of the fun, right? And then we have to actually reference this. So my thought is, and it's not a great thought, but it should do something to this. Basically, what we actually do is we go, hey, we'll do array find index for GUI controller .GUI sequence. No. Do I don't remember what it's called. Oh, because I'm still using camel case here. Well, you know, this was relatively recent anyway. I'm slowly in the midst of changing my writing style to actually fit Game Maker standards because of reasons. Because I actually might have to collaborate and such. So, you know, such is life. If I want to actually create code that other people can read, suddenly I have to actually care about standards. Ugh, how annoying. What the? All right, I don't even know what happened here. Never mind. This got strange fast. All right, so these are, those are the default thingies for these functions that we call in the midst. And now we do array find index. Just call that function. For the sequence elements, basically, we are just trying to find return, and this will have to return a the function should be returning Boolean. Yeah, it looks like it. It's the first index. Okay, so pretty much all I have to do then is I can just go var position equals this. If position equals -1. Oh boy, I don't even know what the proper way to do this would be. I guess you just do, well, because this will crash, so you just return no one instead. Else, or actually just then return array. So you just return this. I've got a better idea. Items, position. There, now that's nice and clean. And then we just make that a variable because we're typing a big thing a lot. So there, grab the items, find the position, if that, blah, blah, and now we actually are able to get the choice. And then, to get the choice, we're just gonna do variable instance exists for the element. And just to make this as obvious as possible, we're gonna do debug test choice. Okay, even the misspelling is perfect, but nah, we'll do it that way. And so then what we are actually doing is we do this GUI sequence element dot this equals true. And so now that this variable does not exist until we set it right here. And so congratulations, now we find the choice element. Hundreds of unnecessary descriptions. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it does add a lot of extra, just, you know, I can just have things in here that just says like, how you doing today? Just, you know, just try to be kind, right? What's going on? Or actually, you know, that's a parameter. That's a Boolean. True or false? How are you doing today? I would love to make like just you send someone code, but it's very specifically meant to just screw with them the entire way through. The chocolate cake recipe in the middle of the comments. Ah, beautiful. All right, so we've got this thing set up. We don't actually set this up until. Oh boy. Actually, I think I'll set this to the list, to be honest. Oh dear. Just occurred to me. So first it should be, we don't actually want this. We want this dot GUI, oh boy, dot group get element. It gets even more complicated, even more specific. Because once we actually get this element, we need to get the list inside of it. So then we can finally start appending things to that list. In that particular case, then we're able to make proper adjustments. But this whole thing is designed, the scrolls have been designed up until now to know how many things you have in it. And this has nothing in it yet because we add things dynamically. So now I have to figure out what exactly I plan to do here to fix this issue. My first thought is, well, X spacing is the one that matters. So we'll just say like 2000 X spacing. And then maybe we just do this. And just make sure there's at least one thing in there and then say it needs 2000 space for it. I really have no clue what's about to happen. It's gonna be something. It's gonna be something. All right. So choice offset X doesn't exist, I suppose. We set that up in here. Ah, that's why. It's relatively simple. Ah, I see. Compile twice. Good, good. More, please. Yes. I guess I should have seen that. It was literally right there. With control. Okay, so that one's fine. All right. There we go. There we go. No problems here. No issues. No issues. No issues. Completely clean. Not a single problem. Okay, yeah, it was just, well, you know, that's intended. That happens. Okay. Story choice is activated. Okay. So, okay. Right. So because we didn't figure out how to make these sequences build on startup, as it turns out, this is coming back to bite me a little bit. Because at line 6 we call this, and at line 44 we call this. We get the choices, we try to see, and this is no one. That doesn't exist. So this is it's not great. The sequence is supposed to just spawn normally, but it never did. And now I've got this going on in here. So I guess I don't know. For now, I suppose what we can do is we could just do create. What would this be? Element create group. No, not yet. So this is still on the old system. Create group element. There it is. Yeah, fun get. This is going to create a really nasty. Excuse me. Should create. Oh wait, hang on. There should be a list, shouldn't it? I need to be more specific here. Okay, but the lists are. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. We're in the middle of a fun time. Font get, and then we don't need to define anything else. All right, it's gonna create a nasty memory leak because this is just gonna take up memory and do nothing and probably harm the CPU usage. But unless we're calling this a lot, it should be fine. Let's take a look. Okay, yeah, FPS is dogging down fast. Happens. Boy, oh boy, that's a lot of you. Oh boy, it's fallen fast, but at least we can run it. So if that's the case, boy, that's a lot. Oh God, I can barely get out. All right, so in hindsight, then I guess I'm gonna have to fix the bug that I originally was gonna leave for later because yeah, we need this thing to generate immediately then. So now we got to figure out why it don't. And also in the meantime, let me commit some of the stuff. So we deleted the choice anchor points as well as the adjustment for those choices. Then we made replacements. I guess I can turn this on so it's not just completely dead visuals. Then figure that out later. Placing more anchor points, more things here. Oh yeah, just some naming convention stuff. Because of the way game makers like find all stuff is set up, it's usually just a very good idea to have local variables, have an underscore. I think the get choices is actually pretty good though. It's just right now, because they could just not exist. There's the problem. So we also created that thing, and then, again, that's its own weird issue. Comments, sure, sounds good. All right, so in control, GUI create, those are probably the biggest ones to worry about. Who needs frames per second when you can have seconds per frame? That's a good one. Yeah. That's, I feel like that's the inevitable. Every single game goes through that phase, and then you're like, okay, now it's time to optimize. How do we make people move again? It works. It works if you're patient. Now, man, I look back to like how people used to code things on like, the freaking NES era and stuff, and it is insane how little they had to work with. They had to get so creative in so many different ways. As one of the blessings and curses of having a ton of memory and CPU usage is you could be a lot lazier, but also, that's good and bad. Some of the things you just kind of stop caring. It's like, oh, this will take like 5,000 frames. It's fine. It happens once, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, I mean that's a good quote. It's a very good quote. All right. See, part of the problem here. So, okay, I guess I'll just have to re-say it to myself because that tends to be a pretty effective tactic. For whatever reason, while we're trying to build the very first menu, we know that when we call. So first of all, we tried calling this directly out here and just trying to see if this works at all. Did not seem like it helped. Did not seem like it did anything. Not sure what's up with that. We'll leave it there, I suppose, just in case, because we don't actually know, and maybe that is part of the problem. But the real issue here, at the end of the day, is in control, which is over here. We try setting the display to none right here. And that should work. We clean the menu, but the menu's empty, so it doesn't matter. We go into here. We call this. We saw us go into here and call this. We create this. It did actually successfully create the sequence. And yet somehow in the process, it didn't actually build anything. And I don't know why not. That's very odd. Very, very strange. The other interesting thing is that we know if we go into a menu and then pop back out, it in fact does work. If I'm fast with this, hopefully the memory leak will cut very quickly and then pop back out. It does create it this time. So I'm not entirely sure why this time it doesn't work. Now we still have a lot of other things. And if we're lucky, we shouldn't actually be memory leaking anymore, I think. No, we still are. Okay, good. Well, anyway, that's fun. Oh boy, now we're really memory leaking. If I hold control, I just start creating them every frame. That's extra fun. I'm just going to hold this for a bit and just see what happens. Anyway, in the meantime, we know that this creates. We get all these fun pieces to everything after we leave one of those other functions. Because after we leave, we clean the menus again, and then we go and recreate. So it's not like the function isn't working. Let's see how quickly we can get out of here. It's like a speed run. It's like a skill test. We know that this actually is working. It just isn't working right here. So it's arguable that perhaps the problem is this is too early on. But then even then, it's still a question of why. Why is that? That doesn't really make sense there. Maybe we can drop it all the way at the bottom here. Or just have it in the top left. Don't worry about it. That's the fun zone. It's not important. All right. Oh wait, that actually did work. Okay, so we're already done. Sounds good. Let me just double check to make sure that I'm not going insane, but that literally worked. Let's try doing it up here too. I'm curious exactly when this starts to work. Is there a specific point or is it just here? Did we have to wait for certain things to initialize? Yeah, no, okay. So turns out it's probably closer that I'm just stupid. Yeah, I guess we just needed to call this, which, you know what, in hindsight, something that says initialize game, yeah, you know, probably probably important. I'm not going to bother reading it. I don't even know what happens in there. At some point, you just start writing so much code that it's just like, I don't even remember half this crap does. It doesn't matter. Next question then. So that works. Hooray. Problem solved. Where's this? I want to see if I can cut this and see what's going on there. I have a feeling I can't, but you know, whatever works. Because yeah, I don't even have to. They just exist. So that's great. I was wrong. I thought I'd have to do something about that, but I don't have to. And that's delightful. So that should more or less fix the issue, I think. Clearly there was a couple of issues still going on here though. So now that they're actually showing up, the sequence does exist. That's a huge deal because that means that now we can actually figure out if it is in fact -1, we can maybe do a little bit of extra work to see what's happening. Try to figure out the exact timing of everything. So when we do story update visibility, the first thing we should probably do is we need to see if this is like, you know, running at all. I don't think so. I doubt it. But you never know. Because if it was running, this really shouldn't be an issue in the first place. So the next question becomes, all right, well, maybe the alarm didn't run, but that's because the alarm happens after a single frame. We have to set up. What about this? Are we even getting to the placeholder setup? Because if that's the case, well, then now we know it's a 1-frame delay. And so that might not be quite as problematic. And the answer is yes. So that's also really interesting. So we are, in fact, calling the sequence in time. It just takes too long, it looks like. So the next question becomes, all right, well, what about this? Is the choice specifically being called? Is that proper? Or is the choice somehow left out? Is there anything going wrong there? It appears the choice itself is being left out for some reason. Now that's interesting. I have 1,000 questions. I'm not entirely sure where, when, how. It's a dang shame. So it seems like we create, oh, that's right. So now we have one last issue, and it's actually quite a simple one. We just forgot to put this here. Duh. That's literally it. So much easier solution. Like that. I think 200 is fine. At the end of the day, it's text, so I don't think I'll care too much regardless. And probably we'll just want to take this and just make it like this. Plenty of space. Maybe like this, I'm not sure. And then clean numbers, so 25 and then like 330. Oopsies, that's too many threes. And 5,000 is a nice clean value for that. Move you over a little bit. Okay. There, that's a big deal. Now it should actually exist. So we fixed the non-creation issue, and we have this thing going on. So now the only thing we really have to do, I think, is just this. Well, no, not quite, because the element isn't created yet. It's in the alarm that we create the element in the first place. So almost there, not quite, yeah. Regardless, we know that this is in fact creating, so it's just that for one frame, this thing doesn't exist. All right, this is really hyper-specific, but you know what? Let's just give it a shot. This always returns a list element. You ready for this insane shit? We are going to go ahead and do tracker create. If I do tracker create, oh, tracker run once, yeah. We're gonna just create a callback. So you know, this is a very fun little system I was able to make too. Of course, this is also just because GameMaker added a bunch of really cool things. Basically, so actually, I think just do that like a tenth of a second later. I think I can literally just do this. So create the list, and we're going to return this temp list, and then we'll just delete it like tenth of a second later. And, you know, whatever. That corrupt text font for the one frame. Oh. All right, let's see what... Oh. Oh, all right. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, not sure what's going on now. Oh, you know what? So, okay, I think this did actually work. So, first of all, let me just check the frames in the first place. So, yeah, now we're not, you know, doing terrible. And now I would like to see, I should have done this first, but test 2. So it called it twice, and that's not really that bad. So it takes like about 2 frames. Maybe 1 frame to actually create everything, and then another frame for the sequence to build, and then after that we're done. But yeah, this is probably the best way to handle this. 0.1 is not too insane. I think I can just do 0 to be honest. What did I just say? I think I can do 0 to be honest. Yes, that's what it was. Yeah. Because I do tracker run once, repetitions is 1. Jumps on in here. Then it self-destructs when it's done. And in tracker new, seconds is automatically maxed. So yeah, I can literally do this. It'll delete itself after 1 frame then. Whenever the next frame comes, it'll automatically be that. And we literally just instance destroy, problem solved. And that's it, baby. Very nice and clean. but then at least you have a list element to, you know, do crap to. And I actually quite like that. I don't like sending in like dummy variables, because then you have to check every time. You have to be like, okay, well, you know, get the choices, but if it's undefined, or if it's no one, or if it's, you know, -1 or whatever, it's like, no, this is a list. Sure. It's just not the real list. I mean, long term, maybe that's a bad way of handling it. But for now, in a system where we already have the assumption that this always returns our list, it's pretty nice. That should be relatively fine, as long as it like almost never happens, right? It's just specifically while we have to wait for it to generate. Anyway, okay. So all that worked great, but group is empty. Group is not empty. That's the biggest problem right now. The group is not empty. We have something in there. So if we delete that, I think that fixes the issue, because the issue itself was the fact that it thinks there's a choice in there already. So it's like, oh, well, let me hang on. If we do next, that's good. All right, so we now correctly spawned our choices. Do these even have hitboxes? They do. Oh, okay. All right, that's good. Right. So there's some stuff happening here. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, I don't fully know. Well, for now, I mean, I don't know. This is obviously not intended, but the sound waves around you and nothing else. The end. So now this all works as intended for the most part, but the surface is obviously generated very, very poorly. And while it does extend the full 2000 for the list, the end result is that this surface is broken as all hell. These things are just, who knows where they are right now. And, whoops, just kicked the shit out of my mic. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just it, baby. Doesn't this just look like a finished game to you? Anyway, so that's fun. Yeah. It does work, though. Like, it's populating properly, and those choices aren't being populated any differently, so I imagine they all work, but we do have to figure out how to handle this. Just need to hit that reset puzzle, but yeah, I know. I should just like turn this whole game into a freaking landmine where every action you do has like a 1 in 10 chance of just breaking everything. That makes it more exciting, you know. You really savor your saves at that point. So now we talk about dynamics here, and I imagine I think just the right would want to be dynamic, so this would be true. And then I think maybe the bottom too. Very simple for the most part. Well, no, because it's tied to the bottom. So the right, you'd want the right to be dynamic with the right side. But you would not want the bottom to be dynamic, I think. You'd want the, either that or both end up being dynamic. That actually might be the better choice, but let's try this. I can at least nail down dynamics. I have to rethink this whole scroll bar thing in the first place anyway, so for now, I might just leave it, or maybe I could just convert it into a list and then convert it into a scroll bar later. It's not like it's terribly difficult to do that. All right, so let's see. You can kind of see, like, it's meshing that together. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, you lose sight of it, but yeah, I'm gonna need more than just the Y position it looks like. Yeah, okay, that's fine. In this case, if we need both, then I think we can just go ahead and throw both to true. I think if we really want to, we can literally just, you know. Oh wait, hang on. Perfect. Of course, it does squeeze the size a little bit too, but again, I don't think the Y size actually matters. You should be saving all the extra broke code you figured out somewhere. Use it for the piracy check. 3 hours of the game next, buddy. That's actually a good... you know what? Okay, unironically, I have actually done stuff like that before where I have broken something, and specifically for sanity effects, I have broken something and created very bizarre effects where I'm like, whoa, that's not supposed to happen. So I will save the code that did that because it actually looks really cool. And I'm like, yo, wait, I can use this. If you lose enough sanity, now the game will just glitch and do that glitch, except now it's a feature. Like there was one in particular where the sizing of the choices, well, I can't show it now. I mean, the choices ain't doing too great either. But you know, for a while, the way it worked, if you remember, is you hover over them and they get like bigger, you know, and then if you stop hovering, they get smaller again. But the code is broken. So you hovered over it, it got bigger, and it just kept getting bigger. It didn't stop. And so I was like, wait a gosh darn second. And so I saved the bug that caused that. And I'm like, all right, so that's just a sanity effect now. If you have too low sanity, the choices just keep getting bigger. So it's actually, it's pretty great, you know. I would have never thought about that, but hey, my brain accidented it into believing it. So, you know, whatever works, I suppose. We still have to do something about this, but for now, I'm going to try just making this into a list the old-fashioned way. Just convert that. So this should still be fine. Yes. We have to comment out this. I'll just say to do no to this variable and make it scroll. Comment out that. We don't need to do this, and we can just copy this. So I remember that this was for the list specifically. I think that'll do it. Turn off the hitbox loft, turn on all these things. Blah, 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 blah. And something. I'm going to say main UI. How about that? I want a tag that I can very easily control find. Because really, that's probably the smartest choice. Actually, now that I think about that, I'm going to do that everywhere. It just kind of occurred to me that's a really smart choice. So that way I don't have to have all this stuff open on the off chance. Oh no, what if I forget? It's like, bro, you're definitely going to forget. So instead, just do that. That basically just says, hey, you're not done, dude. Like, this is broken. It doesn't make any sense. All right, so we have that, the abbreviations, the sanity, and then the puzzle list, UI sequence list, map icon. And puzzle. Need to trigger this. Cool. Sounds frickin' good. Okay, now let's just try the scroll choice and see how it looks. Beautiful. Unable to find instance for object -4. Oh, yeah, right. Because we changed the rules just a tad. It would literally just be the thing now. We don't have to actually get the group in there. Okay. Now, yeah, now it just works. So the scroll bar will take more work, but for now, it should just be maybe a little odd, but hey, you know, that's what you want. This is what you wanted, right? This is it. This is how you wanted it to look. Oh, jeez. Okay, well, so, you know, maybe not the best, but let's figure out what's going on with that. Where is it? Where is it? Where'd it go? And close this. Right. I don't think we actually set the dynamics, and that's why. List set dynamism. So in this one, we basically just say, no, you can't make more. We can't make more. You can make more columns. You can't make more rows. The default is both. So basically, it'll just populate out. And so we get a very interesting. I can actually show this, I think. Kind of, I don't know. For some reason, every time I close this window, it like loses track of it. But the default will literally just be like, okay, here's choice 1, and then here's choice 2, and now 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's actually pretty cool, but I guess I shouldn't close this because again, we just talked about why that's annoying. All right, we'll hold on to that for a while. So, okay, choice is good. That should hopefully do everything we need to do. I'm going to make a cut to here. Ensure this works. Right. So now that we got the choices nice and spread out, the next question becomes, what the hell is happening next? Choices are part of the log, so I suppose maybe the log could be the next thing. I'm a little concerned, I suppose, because the log is such a huge thing, but then if arguably that's exactly why it should be the next thing. This will be brand new because I don't know. I think we have a text, GUI sequence text. Yes, sir. We have a few of these, but none of them quite as dynamic as the story element. The other thing about the story, oh, what's the text element? Is this, oh, I think, wait, huh? Oh, okay, no, text element, I see. Yes, this is it. Oh boy, oh no. I use this name in many places. Oh geez. So this right here is actually a good example. It's tiny as all hell, but I'm doing a try to find and replace, and turns out, I use text element in a lot of places. That's because I decided for some reason I wanted descriptions to have text element as their variable name, and so that gets really confusing. So this is why, for a game maker at least, because of the way it just handles things, but also maybe just generally for control find stuff, I find it's probably better to always preface every variable with something like description text element. And we're just going to go ahead and do that for my own sanity, which it's like, it's a long name. So maybe you could do this, to be fair, and I probably will. But like, I'd rather just write a really long name than deal with the hell that this is, at least in the future. But for now, we have no choice. Because I want to make sure I catch every instance of text element. Because if I don't, then this thing will crash, right? And so, you know, if you're going to do a widespread changes and you're going to delete an entire thing, it's just nice for maintainability. Does Dark Egg need it? I don't know, but, you know, makes my life easier. There's something kind of enjoyable about it. So yeah, I'm pretty certain almost everything, all this stuff, this is referring specifically to description stuff. So this should be a pretty easy, just kind of general find and replace. Once again, we're still in static draw. We can still just kind of cut everything here. I'm not just doing a direct find and replace, which maybe I could, but I find it's a bit easier to see each change for myself and do them manually so I know where I'm at and what's going on here. Because these are all pieces of a complicated pie. Just let the text element expand infinitely like the other thing. Seems like it'd be fine. Yeah. Can you save the longer name somewhere so you know what it is, or did the program do that for you? Yeah, well, so that's actually a great point to bring up, because basically, no, like you just have to remember this. And honestly, there's not really any better way of handling that, I guess. I think like the best possible outcome really is you just have it so it's like, okay, description text element equals this thing, and you're like, have fun. Text element, yeah. Well, it's just it's partially problematic because it's just a bad name. It's very open-ended, right? And that's the other issue, is that this really shouldn't be called text element in the first place. This probably should have been called something like, I don't know, UI text, or like UI story text or something like that would have been better. And then maybe element if you have to specify. We're deleting it entirely, so it doesn't matter. But again, I want to make sure I don't accidentally delete something that I really need. For instance, this is a good example. This right here is that text element. So now that we know this is using that, and then I think this also refers to this. So we need, when we build this thing, well, actually, hang on. So GI sequence text. I guess we'll just duplicate this GUI sequence text story. Feels very reasonable. Now we can go grab this, pull it all the way down here. Ah, that's smart. Well, if we're being honest, I guess I should try to make this one a scroll right away. Okay, sequence scroll. So this one we should try to. This one should definitely be a scroll. The choice is maybe there's another world where we can do some other stuff, but this should almost certainly be scroll. So let's try for that. Where are we at? There we go. Okay. This is, none of this needs to be there. We have a placeholder here. We'll also have to remove these coordinates as well. I'll hang on with that. Oh, wait, actually. SPRGUI text box. Aha! That's where that comes from, and that's pretty good. Set text sprite. GUI sequence element. So you should be this. We don't need these definitions. We already assigned those. We don't need this. There's no point. The thing should be left and top. The color should be here. That's all fine. We'll leave that there. This is very hyper specific, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. And then this is also really specific. Excuse me. Anyhow. So once again, we have another example of such a situation where, oh my gosh, oh my goodness. We have to actually adjust the typewriter sound. So that becomes yet another situation where we have to link things up. Debug test story. We just set that directly. Ugh. Excuse me. Yeah, we specifically run get text box, so that would be the cut here. We set these things, set that, blah, blah. Jump in there. I kind of want to just use this. Considering this is kind of tested any. Oh, wait, shoot. That's not going to work, is it? Oh, no. That's annoying. I can't pass that in. Well, all right. I guess I'll just copy and paste everything. I don't like doing that, though, because that's that's no fun. Because this general code, I think, this is pretty useful. That should be like just a very general function that you then are able to pass in some kind of search function. You know, just like, hey, I want the text. And then we can make a macro for that. So that way it's very easy to just have a constant, like, you know, grow, like maybe, I don't know, story, get, text, choice, something like that. Naming is always a pain, but I think there's quite a few things you could do with that. Clean up text element and determine story behavior. Oh, I see. Yeah, never mind. We don't need that. That was something entirely different. I'll just say clean up text tree. All right. Now I want to see what's going on with text voice and if we can break that down a little bit somewhere. So also, by the way, do var text is equal to GUI sequence element dot group add text, which makes things even more interesting. There is no text. Text spray is right here. We already assigned both of these things. I do believe for this one we don't want to adjust the actual setup of it. We do want to set up true, right, and bottom. Mayhaps. Then over here we want to set up these. Text voice is just this option. But do we need that to exist? I don't think we need that to exist, honestly. We set this on startup because it's our default, yes. Oh, hey, Oh, I'm really confused. I don't... Okay, so this is just turning it off. Now I see what's happening. All right, took me a second, but basically text voice play. Okay, so that's like what actually controls turning it off in the first place. Whereas realistically speaking, I think, you know, what we'd actually want is just, you know, var sound is equal to option get sound, right? That's how we'd actually want to do it. Which means realistically speaking, like this is kind of just whatever. Okay. Whoa, why did you copy the whole entire thing? What the heck is happening? There. Voice sound equals this. Let's frickin' go. Turn that thing off. Hoorah. And, just hop on forward, I guess. Awesome. Nice. Break again. All right, description functions, there was a bunch of changes, but nothing actually changed. And the rest looks solid enough. Okay, so we do update button visibility, story text is finished. We try to get text box dot scribble text blah 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 blah. And this one, it could just be create text element. And all this crap. The font get appear none. with no text. That's the one thing that changes here. Just go ahead and delete that. So that's just what we do in the meantime while we're trying to figure stuff out. So we have no clue what the hell's going on. And then we'll clip and then whatever. And now who has no clue what's going on? Oh, it did work, actually. It's doing something. That's impressive. So next step becomes, all right, hang on now. Guess we actually do have something going on here. That's really good. It would be something like that. It's gonna look weird for a while, that's for sure. Scroll choice or scroll story. We can clean up the positioning at least a little bit. $6,000 there. All right, what was the issue? Text is finished. We do get text box. Scribble text not set before reading it. Really? Why? Oh, because now it actually exists? Oh, yeah. And then, so now what we actually do is element get, that would be group. That's why group get. Just get me the text element inside of it. That's all you have to do. Wow. Look at this. Oh boy, what a weird situation this is turning into quickly. This is bizarre. This is bizarre world right now. Okay, well, so a couple of things. So probably the sprite backing this shouldn't exist. Instead, what we really would want, this is surreal. I need to think because I need to figure out exactly what's happening here. I don't know. Out of all the things I expected to happen, this is not one of them. This is not one of the things. I'm going to go ahead and take a screenshot so I have something to reference. And then we're going to close that in the meantime. So at least we've got something to reference here. Let me turn that off so I can have this open on another monitor without blocking out all the stream. Boy, oh boy. The text voice doesn't play like at all, so that's interesting. Also, I'm pretty sure for text pitch, we don't need anything there either for the same reasons. The story updater. Pretty much the exact same reason going on here, because I should just actually get it through an option. Makes a lot more sense that way. And then I think we can cut this too. This is no longer specifically for a game controller. It's just, hey, if you happen to have, you can't play the text sound, that's fine. And go ahead and just set that to none. Otherwise, go ahead and set that to on. And last things last is you have to do that so that we actually are setting it to something. I think that'll fix the issue. Was there a red border around the recursive text bubble? Yes. Well, not this one, but this one. This is the actual. Oh, beautiful. That's what you want, right? So yeah, that fixes the issue with the sound effects, and this is basically surface stretching, and so basically we drew right off the surface, and it just kind of goes insane. As for this one, what's interesting is we don't have any wrapping anymore, but to be fair, that's because it's a lot larger. The really interesting thing right now is I'm just confused why this is even being drawn in the first place. I'm not even entirely sure how it's being drawn. Very bizarre situation. No clue. No real concept as it is. Also, this is mostly a positioning thing. I have to figure out how to reposition this thing around the scroll element. If I can just get this. So I guess the theory right now would be if I can get this to be, well, at least this is kind of adjusting well, right? How nice, kind of. I don't know. Get to. I have no clue. Oh, well, see, at least it's not stretching anymore, so the surface isn't quite as bad as it once looked. Maybe, possibly. I have no clue. If we could like get this over here, and then it would just pull this over there. Then if we can get this so it's drawing at 0, 0, so the text is coming out over here, that's probably looking pretty good. Then choices aren't too bad. And then, of course, again, this whole thing's supposed to be kind of up here instead. Does the weird bottom text have wrapping? I think it does. But the thing is, because it's so wide, it's drawing too far over to the right. But I think if we had a chance, we'd be able to see. I don't know. Neither of them seem to. This is like a really. That's like the longest piece of text, and it never wraps. So I'm not entirely sure. It's possible that maybe it just doesn't. It's just. I guess it's just a single line now. And if it's too long, then get over it. That's that's your penance. But wow, a lot happened there. Oh yeah, no, that one's good. I don't think they wrap. I don't think they do. I think wrapping's broken. That'd be my guess because that's a lot of text that just got printed out and nothing happened. So very debatable. Very suspicious. Yeah, just grab the right side and pull, baby. That's all it takes. All right, so let's try to figure this out. For GUI controller, this seems like it could be a drawing issue. First step would be figuring out trying to, like, why, how are you drawing? Why are you drawing? What's going on with that? Group elements, scrolls would be in here. We would do the draw element check, and then we would draw themselves. With clickables, go ahead and draw that. Just for the sake of argument, let's try commenting that out and see what happens. Fascinating. Okay, so yes. So this is working properly. That's where the real thing is. And I guess I just realized it's literally right there, isn't it? Like that's... we specifically made an exception case in the old system to draw that directly, and now we no longer need to make that exception case. So we had questionable code beforehand, and now we have normal code. Now, not that this looks that much better, but hey, so that's what was going on there. Interesting. Okay. That fixes that. So the reason why it was still being drawn is because we literally just grabbed it and drew it by force every time. I guess the next step would be to start taking out some of these backings, right? Just entirely cut that stuff out. Because I know we have this text X1 thing that we reference a lot. You don't need to do that anymore. What the heck were these things? Oh, just some dynamics and such. Again, these were drawn very specifically. Oh boy. Well, now I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Where do we establish these things? Might be best to just place these here and cut this. It's a little more specifically defined, but less stuff to track. Yeah, we use quite a few of these. Excuse me. I don't know if I want to just jump right into deleting these just yet, because I think deleting the choice coordinates was actually a bad idea early on too. It's a bit too early. Probably should have waited, because it's just like this gets even more complicated before it gets easy, and so no need to make it too complicated for us. But in the process, in the current process, I need to figure out. I guess it would be in GUI controller, wouldn't it? We're finally cleaning this up. We're finally figuring this out. Draw a rectangle. Yeah, the log itself. I'm pretty sure we just don't want this anymore. We have our own system to handle this. For what it's worth, though, I'll copy and paste this color, because that actually is helpful. Yep. Oh. Oh, because, yeah, that's outside the map coordinates, but yeah, now we're drawing there. Okay, well, cool. Okay. Now we gotta break open that thing. Fix the story issue. Clean up some of our references. We've finished the issue of having 2 text elements, but the text element that we kept is the ultra broken one. So, you know, it's kind of bittersweet that way. We've created this lovely little text thing, and I don't fully know Okay, let's think about this. So we know for a fact it clearly exists. It's clearly being drawn. You would think it'd be positioned at 0, 0 default. What's interesting is that when we stop drawing the other thing, can't create a surface with either width or height equal to less than equal to 0. Okay, whatever. Got a little strange there. Let's take a look at like one of the more successful things, like the equipped, for instance. Scroll set calculate. I think maybe because we never set the scroll up properly, perhaps it gets a little bit strange. Gets a little confused. It's only a single one. Okay, so this could be interesting. So what we pretty much need to do is we want to get the actual like size. We don't want any spacing, but we do want it to be, we don't want any spacing, but we do 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 want any spacing, but Oh, the inner list. This is specifically for inner lists. Okay, so with that in mind then, never mind. We don't want to use this. This is very specific. It probably does work very well, but for lists, I don't want this. Unless we want to make a list of a text element and just call it a day. But that doesn't make sense either. No, we really specifically just want to see... if we take this... Basically, what we're going to want is... Let's say we have the text here. And we know that the text, this is as big as it's going to be. So all the text you're going to have. But then we know that this is the size that you actually get. So then we put a little scroll bar here. And basically we just want to take, okay, so, you know, this right here, take the text XY. So text Y2 minus Y1 to get the actual text width. I need to get like a freaking drawing pad for this because my goodness. Got the text, or not the text width. What am I talking about? Text height. Now we know how big it should be, though we have to take the actual height. So we have the scroll height. And then we just need to find the difference between these two. And make that the bonus. I think that's pretty much it. There. So get the scroll height, get the text height. We already have those as basic things that we can just grab because I've set those up beforehand. Double checking, but yeah, those are just Y2 minus Y1, so it should be pretty simple. And then we just need to figure out what the diff is. The diff will just be the scroll, or the text height minus the scroll height, because this should pretty much always be, text height should pretty much always be bigger than the scroll height, I think. In almost every case, probably, something like that. We don't need to worry about all this. And I think we could just do a max of 0, so that way, no matter what, maybe like a max of 1, just to make sure. Update positions when you're done. We don't need to add any border in there. Just need to add some diff caps. And so the X doesn't ever need anything, but we just have to add this. And if we're lucky, that's it. Just add a little bit of extra diff, as it were. Okay, cool. Thank you. Let's just debug this. It's probably like a divide by 0 or something strange like that. I'm not entirely sure. Whoops. Cut through here. Text height is 0. Makes perfect sense. 119 makes perfect sense. Take the maximum between 0 minus 119. We're just saying it's a maximum of 1. So we go ahead and add that. Of course, I didn't actually check to see. 0 plus 0. 0 plus 1 is a being 1. Then we set those. Update the positions. Excuse me. So we don't have to cut or call this. Okay, so next question becomes, how do we do this automatically? Well, we already had scroll get diff caps. No, that wasn't it. Just open up something where it actually worked already. Scroll calculate offset. Pretty sure we can just do something like that. And then that way we can do scroll element as your ID that you're looking for. And then we can just do the inner scales wanted. Inner width, inner height. Now we can just cut that. So we take this, we place it in here. We already have inner height, so we don't need to do all that. So I should cut this over here, to be honest, so I don't forget. Element, get border height and width. Get the width and height difference. We want the inner width and inner height that you'd pass normally. Then we want to set diff caps. Based on what I've been given. Maybe we'd be fine to do 0. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. And then, yeah, we just set the element. So that's pretty good for just getting these automatic differences and then setting them as proper. It's gonna default to like 0. Should be fine. I'll put another thing here. And what we really need to do then is we really need to scroll story. Ooh, that's tough. Story. Story text is finished. Because we have to add this, basically. Boy, oh boy. Let's see. Story parsing. Story get line. I mean, I guess we could just do something here, but that's probably not going to work, or it's going to be really expensive. One of the two. It's going to break. That's what it's going to do, because of course it's going to break. Instance exists. Step 1. I just copy this. And then again, same exact thing we're going to do over here. If the scroll exists, just this really messy, like, what the hell is happening kind of code going on here. But if it does work, then that basically tells us some really helpful information, which is all we have to do is just maintain and update this every single time. So that would basically mean, okay, yeah, so there it is. Ah, still broke though. I don't exactly know why that's happening, but at the very least, the actual positioning is much better now. So that's a huge step forward. So yeah, this means that we're running that every single frame. What we really should be doing is every time we set the text, that's what we want to do. That would be the best. And then this, of course, keeps on going, which is part of the problem. The other thing is that, yeah, this should be vertical. You should be able to go down. I almost wonder if maybe there just isn't any wrap point on this for some reason, which becomes the next thing to figure out why it's not just wrapping automatically. It's usually supposed to just happen. I'll just throw that up there because it looks kind of funny. Alrighty. It's a big moment. Alright, well, we can at least figure out some things. Right away, one thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to do element alpha. And we're going to just do 111 because it shouldn't have any alpha to it. It should be 100% visible. This is not a clickable, so we don't need any of those other things going on here. The next thing, we've already got the sound working, so that's good. This works perfectly, except it only happens once on creation, so after that it doesn't work perfectly anymore. This does work for resetting it. It happens every time, so again, I need to figure out exactly where we're setting the text in the first place and then just run this. The last thing would be, I need this to position far better than it currently does. Being positioned at a very strange place. It also does not wrap at all. What the? Anyone's guess as to what's going on there, but this is a good starting point to at least try. Update ramp point should set up the actual scribble text itself, so it gives people a chance to actually see, hey, what's going on? All right, so it's just straight up not working then. Very interesting. Let's try something super tiny then. Super, super tiny. Yeah, it's just no good. Really interesting. I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why it's like that. It'll just print. There's no wrapping whatsoever. Same thing here. What's going on with that? That's so weird. I mean, the scroll bar appears, it just doesn't seem to... I'm not sure where... I'm not sure at what point things have gone wrong. That's our border coming in. That's good, at least. Is it because the position itself is off, or who knows? We set the difference. Yeah, I have no clue what's going on here. Oh, are we just like not getting in there in the first place? Maybe I didn't even think about that. Is there a chance that perhaps we're just not even, maybe this isn't even running? Did something change in the midway? Yeah, it's going. So that's not it. It's definitely running the code. It just seems to ignore it. All right, well, get text box is probably the next thing to check and see where we actually call this. We set the text. All right, so that'll be its own little thing. Gotcha. So it doesn't matter if we set the text to something, because if we ever, or it doesn't matter if we set the width to an explicit point, because if we just do update wrap point without an explicit width, we overwrite it almost immediately, which is honestly a pretty big oversight. But it is what it is. So we get the border width. And I guess the width of the actual, that's interesting. The width of the text box is huge. Absolutely ginormous for some reason. Seems like it's near infinite. Which means actually that's the next thing I'm curious about. I just want to see what is this after all? Theoretically, like what in the world? Just throw that in there. Is 0. Okay, actually, so that actually is really helpful information. It's not that it's huge, it's that it's literally 0. Okay, so that's helpful. If we do something like this, I wonder if that would help at all. Again, I felt like I was, I felt like I was fixing that though, yo. So, yeah, so why would it still be 0 then, right? That's it continues to boggle the mind. Oh, because we aren't setting, that's why. We're not actually setting the width of this thing, are we? We're setting the width of the scroll bar. How is the width normally set though? I guess literally it's just set on some specific points you give. Very interesting. Really interesting. Another thing we have to consider too is this will update the sizing, which means we also want to do something group set sync. Sorry, element set group sync. I think that'll be better. Group sync. This would be position. Pretty sure. False. Delightful. Now I can't see crap. Yeah, no, there's just nothing. Well, the scroll bar's here. That's nice, I guess. Interesting. So if we turn that off, then we'll just come back right to the original problem, though. I think. Maybe not. Maybe we don't do any updates, but... Is 1199 important? Was it? I didn't see. Oh, I see. I understand now. Yes, I guess it is important. That's the border width now, so we now know it is 1199 as opposed to 0. I didn't even notice that. I don't think that's terribly important. It basically just means that it's 1 pixel off of 1200, which is something here. But oh, wait a second. Never mind. Never mind. It's not a big deal. Basically, just means that now we have, so we have like 2 versions of the bug. If it's 0, there's just no wrapping, and the surface will break immediately. Now the surface is no longer broken, but we don't see anything. So as for who, what, when, where, why, I'm not even entirely sure. I wish I could get like some visuals here, because we actually have the surface now. It does exist, and it's no longer broken, and you can operate it, except I can't scroll this, so that's not good. And problem number 2 being there's no text, so, you know, clearly it's not the best situation right now. Mayhaps this becomes the next thing. If we have an actual width, we might be able to adjust this now. I don't. Honestly, I like the previous issue at the pro. The other one was easier to deal with. Yeah, Dark continues to compress even further. Now you don't even get text. It's like, it's very avant-garde. You just kind of clip in, and you have to just kind of make your own story. Because we realized we couldn't possibly match what people had in their imagination. So now we decided, you know what? You're the writer. This is bizarre. Very bizarre. So issue number 1 being we definitely had no width, and that was causing some serious issue. The dark egg was always the map marker. Very true. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to click there. Again, it's like the trap mine. Not only do you have to tell your own story, but also randomly things will just crash the game, and it's up to you to figure out what. Honestly, this is sounding increasingly more and more like a funny shitpost game that I should definitely make. Like a game jam or something, where it's just like, it's just try not to crash the game. That's the entirety of what's going on here. Yeah, so this is issue number 1. There's 0 width, so there's no wrapping whatsoever. It also then stretches, you know, across the entire screen, and because there's 0 width, the moment you try to click on the surface, it breaks because surfaces can't have 0 width. It doesn't make sense. But then the other issue is that if we do actually give it a width, and if we give it the width of the surface, it just stops drawing for some reason, and that I don't know. That I have no clue about. Of course, this being such a influential piece of the game, I'm basically toying around with the game's heart itself. So it's like being a little haphazard, but I probably should be a bit more careful exactly with what I do and don't change. It's like everything's based around this. By having it on 1 pixel as a default, at least the bars show up now, and I don't think it'll break. Oh, it will. It'll break. So no, it's gonna break every time. It will always break. That's for true. All right. I'm honestly not sure. I mean, display looks good. We add the text box. That's good. That's the other thing, though, too, worth noting, is that the text box is gone as well. So it's there's more to this all the way. Will always break to false. Oh, I wish. That'd be delightful. Hmm. I take these long pauses because I'm thinking, but really it's just freaking head empty up in here. It's just the freaking DVD logo bouncing around, and every now and then it hits the corner, and I might be able to move. Yeah, why would this even be happening in the first place, honestly? I have no clue. I am just completely baffled. I could just take the easy route and turn this one into a text element too, but that seems like a bad idea. Considering, I mean, this actually does need a scroll bar. This actually would be really helpful with a scroll bar. But we are just changing something very fundamental. Are you a caffeine enjoyer? No, I'm not actually. Not usually. I'll drink, I mean, I drink coffee. Like, I like to use it as like a, a real, what would you call it? Last resort. When like something happens and for whatever reason I need like 3 hours of sleep, it's like, okay, this is the time I need to be awake right now. So here we go. But usually I just let my body do it. Because the biggest worry I've always had is that I'll build up a tolerance to it and then I'll just need it to operate. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to bother with that. Seems like a bad time. I don't want my body to get used to the caffeine. I'm not sure how quickly that happens, but I decided it's probably easier just not to bother. How long has it been? Oh, almost 3 hours. That's pretty good. I should probably take a break soon, but
I don't know if I can just leave the stream running empty for like half an hour.
Oof. Time flies when you're L-Stop Fairy, man. Very true. Very true. It honestly sounds like that could be some kind of tagline. I don't know for what, but you just throw an L-Stot Ferryman and then no one has any clue what the hell you're talking about. All right, well, I guess I will take a break regardless. Maybe a small one, though. Go eat something. I don't know. If YouTube gets angry that it's just an empty stream now. Maybe I can hang on. Let's see. This is a text, I think. It says there. This is what we like to call, production quality. Wait, I got another way to improve even better. There. High quality. All right. I'm gonna go for like, I don't know, 15 minutes maybe.
Just go hang out for a second. Refresh my brain. Maybe I'll have an idea when I come back. Yeah.
Okay. Ahem. Back down into my chair of wonders. I think that'll do. Okay. So I'm gonna cut and paste this. And we're gonna jump right into here, because it seems like this right here is the moment. We go ahead and we set that text. Which also means that this is the moment when our setup should do something. So, if I remember correctly, the entire idea behind every single text is this right here. We set up the actual bounds, and then we draw the thing in the first place. And that's kind of the key. That right there is the key. Arguably, maybe text elements themselves need to be a surface, perhaps. That's a huge rework, though, and so it's probably far too early for something like that. But that thought just came to me right now. Because the entire idea here was that you would have your X positions, which then dictates the sprite that you draw and where they're supposed to go, which then dictates where you start drawing the text itself, and then the text would wrap at X2. And theoretically, it doesn't care about the Y2, but maybe it should. So then that would be where it would just actually work really well as just a scroll element. Just kind of a built-in little thing. Really sounds like a pretty good deal. I'm not entirely sure what would happen if I did that, though, because there's a lot of things that are currently text. Desk underscore text element. Oh my god. Exposition with wrap. Yeah. I long for a world where all of my functions are, 300 characters long. If honestly, I don't believe in comments, because if your function name is already a paragraph, you don't need much more than that. I want to set this thing right here. I think is probably the smartest choice, because if we're doing get text box right here, that implies we've already done it. We've already made it here. The text box should always be fine. I'm going to change how this works, because I don't think this is ever something I want to call anyway. Excuse me. Here. We don't want to do that. It's not going to work. It doesn't matter. There's no text there yet, so it literally just has no value. It's just like, why would you be doing this? So we have the function right here. I would say instead what we want is probably just you want to give me like the actual textif. This is going to be very, very specific over what it does. I think that's fine for now, because that's the lifeblood, baby. That's what it's all about. Honestly, scroll set text, maybe. Actually, I don't know, man. Do I even bother making this a function if it's this specific? It's probably not even worth it. Let's just do that for now, but then the rest of it, I think I'll just go ahead and copy and paste this. Don't even bother. It's just not worth it, dude. This should be 0. I think that much is true. Because we don't want the width to scroll. Then you set the text right here. The scroll is go ahead and modernize that. Just text. Then var text element is equal to text box, which, but you know, it's a local variable, so it's fine. Then over here, it's dot group parent. Then we can go ahead and set that text. We want to get the actual height as well as the text height. We already did this once before, but still good to go get that. Expand the name. Quick, expand that name. Now go ahead and set this. I think the rest of this is unnecessary. The theoretical and quantum heights. Yeah, thank God we actually did our quantum nullification recently, so now Dark Egg is out of the quantum space. That stuff. Oof. God, I hate it. It kept breaking into reality over and over. There might actually be some eldritch beasts in the real life now because of me, but you don't have to worry too much about that. Well, I mean, I'm assuming. You in particular might have to worry. I'm not sure. All right, what happened here? It's dot set text not thing. Okay, because it's this instead. Is that right? All right, so nothing really changed. We still end up with the same issue. But at least we're only updating this now when we actually set the text. The change, again, so this is functioning properly. The real issue here was that we need the text to have a border that is like existent. Yeah. Yeah, it seems to done me some good, you would hope. Sometimes I can't even tell. But no, it's just nice. Go, just get up, get blood moving a little bit. Sitting in a chair for hours is not the most conducive to something. Health in general. Kind of fun to look at, I guess. Yeah, oh, actually, this is interesting. So the bar is a little bit off. I wonder if that means anything. The scroll bar does work, but now I need to see. Right now, though, is actually a pretty great time. Now we can actually start getting some much more locked-in information about what the heck is going on here. I need to see the X value, the Y value, as well as, you know, the bounds is it's also just valuable stuff. What's going on here? Where is it? What's going on? Why are you all over the place? Why can't I see you? That's really important. It's in the same place every time. If I do this, nothing changes. It's these same coordinates every time. So X and Y is 0, 0, and we already know that. I don't think the XY actually adjusts where it's being drawn because it's actually being drawn by ScribbleX, which ends up being this weird rounded thing based entirely on the border coordinates. Though I should double check that just to be 100% positive. But I'm pretty sure that's just it. ScribbleX is just this thing that we decide out there. So, if that's it, if that's the only place where this is determined, that means the actual text position doesn't make a difference, which is really bizarre, actually. If I can just be fully upfront with that. That's kind of an insane design decision that we have an XY coordinate that we don't use. I don't know. That's this text element. The more now that I'm working with this thing, the more and more I'm thinking, hey, this probably could have used an update of some kind too. Because what's happening right now? It's a very weird, lots of weird decisions I've made. I believe this was not one of the first things I made, but it was one of the second things I made. Not sure how old this stuff is. It's like going down in the basement, just finding a bunch of cobwebs and the like, and you're like, okay, all right, cool. Looks good. Anyway, point being, 0, not a big deal. These are the mean things. We have our text one being at 210 and then 1409. Y1. These look like reasonable numbers, if I'm going to be honest, right? These do not look like that. They're that problematic. So I'm going to pop up this thing, put it over here. Oops, I started debugging instead. That's not what I meant to do. We'll do Alt print screen, expand the canvas, close this. I did not mean to debug. We can now go ahead and just try to nail this down to 210. And then 1410. I have to do some math here, but should be all right. It's somewhere around there. It doesn't need to be perfect. Something like that. And that is pretty much exactly what we see. So it's not like anything's wrong here. Like, this is functioning exactly as we want. You're rebugging pretty fast. I don't think you'll run out. Just the straight dad joke. Hey, dad jokes are great. Gotta love it when just coming out like a really good joke is the one that makes everyone groan. You're not going for laughs anymore. You're going for a my plans are beyond your comprehension at that point. I don't know. There's nothing really else to say about that. It's just, okay, so basically all we really know is that this is definitely super ultra just the exact Ooh, but I do know what the issue is. And this is particularly frustrating then because, oh man, all right. So here's what needs to happen actually is I need this to be y2 minus y1, x2 minus this. I'm pretty sure that's what needs to happen. The x position needs to be, let me think this through just real quick. Yes, I think that's correct. Because it just occurred to me. It's not that the actual like setup is wrong here. It's that the coordinates of the text itself is based entirely on the scroll position. So the reason why this was broken was because it was trying to draw at the, at the at the x1, y1, whatever. It's trying to draw it way off screen, basically, right? It's the equivalent of just trying to take this thing and just, you know what, again, I'll just use this thing. It basically was like, you know, this is the text right here. Oh, hang on. I can't minimize this. Can I minimize this? Okay, yes, I can. Take that thing, and it's being drawn like all the way down here, basically. That's the effective equivalent. That's why it was broken. So it's not actually broken so much as it's just drawing in the entirely wrong place because I forgot to offset this. And that's, again, partially due to the fault of the text system because the position probably would be automatically updated, except we're breaking all of our rules by not using XY, you know, the positioning for everything else. No, we use scribble X and scribble Y, which is never used anywhere else in any other context. But again, I'm sure I had a reason for that. But that explains that. So now we have to go figure out the rest of the problems here. Okay, so we can set that up there. We can get the X correct. The next question is, how do we handle the height? Because the wrapping still seemed broken, not gonna lie. Wrapping did not seem like it was actually correct there. Excuse me. Yeah, that's clearly not right. But considering we have a more locked width, I'm a bit confused as to why, if we start drawing here, why we're still not wrapping. Yeah, we should definitely be getting a bit more than that. So something's a little off here. I'm not entirely sure what, though. And at some point, yeah, we have to make the text actually, because this whole entire border is moving alongside this, and that's not really correct either. We want to make this text, this border, disappear and be tied to the scroll element itself, and then draw the text inside of it. That's the smartest choice. That makes the most sense. So if we set the Y to something that's like... Oh, but that's also really interesting too, because the scroll diff caps. Well, the next question is simply we could just do something like element add border. Right? That's not a function? Okay, cool, thanks. Good to know. Oh, whoa, see, okay, so this is doing it. It's doing something for us. Like, this is the general idea. Now, I'm not sure why the scroll bar looks not great, but yeah, you need to get some serious proper wrapping in here. Call it frickin' Jay-Z or something. That's step one done, kind of. Step two is, yeah, that other stuff. I swear this was something I already... Unless... Nope. Element border. Add. Aha. It's a good way of naming it, actually. But it's also this new type. So... we're going to do text element dot element border add. Don't want to add anything too much here, but I will add about like 100 pixels each. If this works, then that means we can expand the text dynamically. And so pretty much all we need to do is we need to just get the borders of like the actual text itself. Yeah, okay. That's pretty good. I guess this is nice for now, because we at least get to see how it theoretically works. It's kind of nice to have this little border here. Ah, it's going to get worse and worse, because at every step, this is going to get tinier and tinier because we keep adding 100 pixels each time. So this is not a great long-term solution, that's for sure. Look how tiny that thing gets. It gets so tiny. Oh my goodness. All right. Crazy. So wrapping's just the last thing then. We have to just figure out how to break that down a bit. I think for ease of making this less painful, try to get more stuff like that. You're not so sure anymore with an infinite scroll. I don't know what I'm not sure about. I can't tell. Now it's a bit easier to like see everything because it's tinier. And importantly, this hopefully gives us a chance to also I'll make it just fatter too. Just stop being weird already. Well, I don't know. Now I'm going back and forth on that because I think it's actually also really good to have, you know, a reason to have to scroll down. Now that's really interesting that if I have this click and held, it doesn't progress the story anymore. I didn't even know that was a thing. But I wonder if it's always been like that or if this is specifically because it's now in a scroll box. I'll never know. Fascinating. But the fur. But the fur. I don't know why that appeals to me. All right. So this is a pretty good setup though. This actually is pretty helpful. We can use this. Now we just need to force that wrap. Perhaps we just force it here every time. Though again, I'm not sure why it doesn't work automatically. That's the biggest problem we have, arguably. Ah, my bad. Wrong element. Yeah, see, there it goes. Take a quick screenshot. I'm gonna pull things together bit by bit. We want it to be like about 400-ish bigger. Something like that. And by the way, element get border width. It's almost perfectly sized for story haikus. Haiku. Not sure where that Y came from. Yeah, that's like pretty much exact as it should be, give or take. It would look amazing if it wasn't for every other bugged thing right now. Perfect. So now the next question becomes, it's currently sitting at $7.99. So really what we should want to do is just this. Boom. Problem solved. And then the next question really is, why doesn't that work in the first place? Because that's what it should be. There it is, right? Maybe it's like wrapped a little bit smaller than usual, but that should be automatic. So something strange is happening. Now we don't want to keep actually adding 100 border every time. That was a goof. That was just a gaffe. Update wrap point right in here. Well, okay, so then that becomes the next question. Perhaps maybe it doesn't make it far enough inside. Take a look there, see what the last wrap actually ends up being. Because if it's less than 0, it is. It was negative 30. Why would... What exactly is this idea? Last wrap equals whatever this ends up being. Tail of the last wrap. I mean, unironically, this is what broke it, which is the weirdest thing to me. I don't know exactly why that was there. I think maybe the intention was supposed to be like, I don't know. I have no clue. It's like 1,000 other things I could have done here that would have made more sense, but that was what was breaking it every single time. I still don't even know what's going on here. It's bizarre in every single way. Like, why do I even have this variable? What's the point of it? There's like no value to this. What? I don't even use it anywhere. My only guess is that perhaps this is a very, very old feature that I've stopped using since and never found another use for it. But I feel like that might literally be what fixes all of our problems. That whatever was happening there, it was just ignoring all of its wrap updating. So I think that just, yeah, automatically fixes all the problems. So we never had problems in the first place. It was just... Yeah, right, exactly. So probably having that it was one of those things where I'm like, I don't know why this is here, but if I take it away, it crashes everything. And now it no longer does that, so we don't have to worry anymore. Very, very bizarre. So yeah, that was a lot of work for something that otherwise wasn't even really... Nothing was actually wrong. It was just a really, really weird... I mean, something was wrong, but certainly not what I thought. I thought it was like, oh, it's the scroll element or it's the text element or whatever. It's just, no, it's just a really weird old feature that just doesn't work. It doesn't do anything except sometimes make it so something doesn't work, you know? All right. So now this comes the next thing to figure out. Right. So I need something bigger. Okay. Here's what we're going to do now. I need this to be like super tiny, right? Because if I can do that, then I can actually get an idea of like, how does it work? This needs to be able to dynamically increase the size of it. So we were trying to just get it to be visually correct in the first place. Now it needs to actually be able to scroll down. It needs to be able to look at this and go, wow, that's really big. I need to fix that. So the next question is that I feel like we should be able to adjust that, honestly. When we call update wrap point, is there ever a single time when we do anything with this create? What is this supposed to be? Super specific. And then we have this very specific wrap point here. Just honestly a bad setup. I think we have a much better way of handling this, which would literally just be like how anything else does it. Text set wrap point. Like, and then we just have text wrap point equals 0. Or maybe just 1. I don't know. What would be a good default here? 100 maybe? Just width ends up being this. And then update wrap point is just what you use when you're trying to update the wrap point, because that makes so much more sense. Yeah, zeros tend to cause issues for sure. So now we can just call that. Same thing here. We can just call that. It feels like that makes infinitely more sense. So I have a couple ideas. I think using some kind of macro though might be better. There's a couple of options here. Text wrap type. That'd be text wrap dot disable. And then default. Maybe that's the first step. And then over here, it's a bit more explicit than that. I think could actually be pretty nice. Disable and then default. And then this is an actual number. And the reason why I'm going to do that, disable is going to be exactly -1, whereas default is going to be -2. Excuse me. And if it's default, this is why that matters. If text wrap point is equal to text wrap dot default, so now it's very clear what we're trying to refer to. This is where we end up getting this thing. Var width is equal to element border get width. That way we have the default being the actual border width. Otherwise, it's equal to this. Then we can just go ahead and wrap based on the width. Which is kind of nice. And then we can also explicitly have this. So we can still have our disabling feature that we wanted to do, even though it was like just weird and broken. But now it's not weird and broken because it's a lot more explicit. Like, yo, this is very clearly what we're trying to do. In fact, actually, can do something else I've tried before, which is we just make it something like infinity. Very strange number, so that this should never ever happen in normal use. And that should hopefully fix our issue that we were having beforehand. As for the default value, well, -2 is probably fine, but it would be nice to make sure that we don't have anything that can overlap potentially, right? So, gotta figure out. Could be like max world dist. That's a pretty weird number, don't get me wrong. I'll do it. It's a very weird, specific number. It's probably fine. Because like they have to be numbers, and it's possible they could be negative. But at the very least, there's a much lower chance that this breaks anything. I guess the other alternative I was thinking about doing, though, is that I would just have it be set to like undefined instead, which at that point it's not a number, so there's no way for that to happen normally. But that's not really that much better because then it's undefined, and I don't know if I want this to be anything except a number, because then that gets confusing in its own right too. But regardless, we have a way to disable, and then we have a default value for the element border width. But I'm thinking I actually want to change how this works just a little bit, where when you're actually setting the text, the border width itself, well, that's not really great either, is it? This is also kind of specific, so let me go take a look at the changes I've made so far. Text set wrap point is now wrap point disable. Description, same thing. Text element itself now has a new function. This seems like a generally just a fine choice for what we're trying to do. As for story display text, though, basically, when we set this text, what we'd actually be wanting to set. Oh, I guess the only thing that would actually extend would be the Y border, right? That'd be the concept. Maybe the X doesn't move, but the Y can. I guess that's what it'd have to be. Get height. And just try that and hope for the best. I can make that very explicitly just for the story text in the first place, though. If it must be. Oh boy. I love it. All right, so that's something. Renzel scrub, wouldn't that make it weird when you adjust the screen width and height? Potentially. Boy, what a mess that turns into. Let's just comp that out again, see what it looked like originally. 60, it says. This is only 60. That's not very large. That's not very large at all. That right there might be the problem. Yeah. I don't think it will, because the actual... Oh, boy. You've awoken to ferry port. Just slowly Zalgo text the entire thing, and then we don't have to worry about any of this. If you can't read it, it doesn't matter if it looks good or not. I think what's happening is we need to then go ahead and multiply this by text scale. This is why I don't like using this. It just doesn't work well for the system that we have. I think that'll do. Again, I wanted to see a working version of this first before we go into optimizing it and making it not terrible. Kind of. Like, it's kind of there. That's if it's got one thing. This is if it's got a lot of things. It's there. It's trying its best. Oh yeah, Zalgo text. I think there's like a generator for it, if I remember right. I can just, yep, hooray. Drop that into your drop that into a DM. See what happens there. This isn't really gonna. This is kind of a mess. There must be something else I can use here. I gotta go look at the scribble documentation, because this certainly is not gonna be good enough. I mean, it's getting there. The idea's there. It's solid enough. Oh, beautiful. Well, seems like it's, you know, it's all right. The X position might have to change though. Maybe. All right. It's kind of getting there. I guess we shouldn't really expand it just yet until we're 100% positive that, you know, it's working at least somewhat intentionally. Line height. Okay. Get height is the bad way. Get B box might be better. Okay. Let's see. Dot get B box. Dot bottom. Because yeah, this is an interesting idea, but it's way too specific to ever work. Whereas this is a lot more open-ended. Hopefully, we're gonna see if this is if this is in the current version we're working with. Ah, that's too small though. That's the problem. This is the same problem we had last time. Okay. Well, half the problem I would say is the fact that we even have this border in the first place. So maybe that's one thing we can do to fix that. Let me just cut that. How much of this do I need to add? I don't need to add either. I'm gonna cut this. Take a look at this. Yeah, it's just... Wonder what one of those newfangled AIs would have to say about this. I'm sure they'd have a lot of things to say. I don't think very many of them would be good. I think they'd be like, this is confusing. The AI itself would be like, I don't understand. Please help. You could send it into a existential crisis. I've never seen this before. I can't understand. Please help me. Whoops. Whee! It does look kind of funny. I'm not entirely sure why it's happening. I think it's basically because it expands, but then when it contracts, it doesn't contract the greatest afterward. Or alternatively, it's because the text box is currently tinier than the scroll box, which can also happen, and that creates some very strange situations. I got this thing going on here. We got these two. Boy, oh boy. Getting better and better, aren't you? Yeah, I don't know what's up with this, man. So, like, the bounding box just isn't good. I'm not entirely sure what's up with that. Very weird. The box. This is crazy. Yeah, I'm not even sure what to do. Like, this would be the solution. This would be it. This is all you'd have to do. Just like boom, boom, and then you're good to go. Now you got the bottom, you got the thing. A beatbox, very well. No, it's not. It's not a beatbox. Very well. That would be hilarious, though. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know why this thing. It's just not big enough. Very strange. This is getting very large at this point, so I guess what we have to do, which is kind of insane, but maybe we also have to do like a string height. Oh no, that's not it. My older Scribble X. Well, let's go dive into that little situation. This older system basically determined the position to draw based on the alignment given to it, adding and padding, or starting in the middle, which is not a half bad way of handling it. Then we rounded it, and I don't really remember why we did that, but it was a thing that we did do. I think it was meant to like help some, I don't know, whatever. I'm not even sure if I remember. I'm not even gonna try to take a guess. But that was how this thing did. So it didn't even really have a bounding box. The bounding box itself would have just been the X1, X2, whatever. So really, realistically speaking, all we're trying to do is we're just trying to take this and match it up. Every time we set new text, we want to take that text, find out where the bottom of that text is, and then match it up to here. Now let's see what the alignment of the here is. We do element align here at left top, so that should be fine. It'd be strange if it wasn't, because they're gonna be synchronized, so they would both be left and top, therefore, and I don't think there'd be anything strange going on with that. It kind of seems like we're always one line off, though, which is kind of where I'm thinking, like, it literally just needs to be, well, what we did before, which is just, you know, line height ends up being get height times text scale. At least this one doesn't require any, you know, we're just using macros that we use for everything else, but that's still just terrible that I have to do that. If that lines up perfectly, though, then that means that is pretty much what the issue is. Whoa, that's a lot bigger. Excuse me. Okay, so that was not it. So get height was the height of the whole box then. It must have been. Well, that's nice. So then multiplying by text scale. So these pretty much should be like about the same exact thing. I bet that's what this is. So again, the bounding box is still better. Both 180. Yep, that's for sure. That's a huge amount of space. Okay, so in that case, I can just cut this entirely and just call it a day. Doesn't matter. The bottom basically just says, hey, get that bottom, baby. And these are exactly the same, so there's no point in getting that line height because it is just the bottom. Rather, it's just the full height, then multiplied by 3. Yeah, honestly, like if I just add another flat 60, which seems to be the height of a single line since it was multiplied by 3 beforehand, that does seem to get that last line that's missing. Maybe more, though. My next thought is maybe the issue is that this isn't actually like lined up properly. The actual positions here are a little bit off. So this becomes the next thing of maybe what needs to happen is this needs to be like almost negative 60 or something. And needs to be pulled up. Because if that's the case, well, then that might be the way we solve this. It's just, oh, well, the actual position itself is strange. All right. So now I want to check out. We're not using a list here, so it's not like we're doing any adjustments. It's just we place them down in a direct spot. Wonderful. Because the other scrolls are usually able to actually position pretty solidly. Oh, nice. Ntori, equipped, stats. But anyway, these line up very nicely, and these actually get pretty good. Pretty decently lined up. I feel like maybe this is fine. Go for another negative. Perhaps another thing that could help is to remove any borders that we might have. Yeah, that seems to be helping out. So then my next thought is that scroll set border. Oh, that's odd. I guess it would be group then. Group set group border set padding. There it is. That could help. Maybe half the problem there is because we have border padding that we forgot about. Because I believe this is using the default template, so. Yeah, it's better, but it doesn't really fix the whole issue. It's odd. It's a very odd little situation. I guess this is just what happens. You do a lot of little tiny things, but that looks better. I mean, that's starting to get somewhere. Now, again, it doesn't respond very kindly if I just adjust it out of nowhere. It gets a little bit odd, but it does its best. So probably the next question then is it has to... Again, we already do a max of 1. We can maybe do a max of 0 instead. I don't think that's too big of a deal because it was getting weird for all kinds of other reasons, but I don't think it actually, yeah, it just turns off scrolling. Like that's not going to actually break the scroll map. It was just because we had some other very bizarre bugs going on. And so now that, yeah, we don't want scrolling if like you have nothing to scroll. It's specifically when you do have things to scroll. You got a lot of stuff to look at. We'll have to do some more work with all this in the future, but for now we have something going on there. I need to fix that other bug going on too. Kind of forgot about that. 600 is fine enough for now. Go become large. There. Now it's very big. But if there's too much stuff, then you finally get to scroll. Now, again, the really interesting thing is that this needs to update dynamically. This needs to be able to tell and go, oh, shoot, I didn't realize. Okay, let me adjust for this. It works fine if we, you know, have this whole thing here, and then we really restrict on space. It'll update for you. But if we do this during the time, that's when it gets weird fast. So this whole thing does probably need to be made into a function that adjusts onset text or when any kind of dynamics happens. So I'll still put a tag here, main UI, and then it'll still say, by the way, there. Just gotta write down that, gotta remember that whole thing. And then I do think border set type. Okay, we're gonna try something. I have not tried this in a while. I hope it just works nicely. But basically, we're just going to set up a background for the border around this thing. And if we're lucky, then it just will draw the sprite for me and I don't have to worry about it. And it does look like it's working. Yes, perfect. Like, it's a little gross. It's going to need some help, but yeah, works. Beautiful. Wonderful. All right, so yeah, that's fine. We have some other bugs going on here, but they have nothing to do with the border, so that's just a one and done. I'll have to just add a little bit of extra padding so that way, you know, it expands properly. But beyond that, that does a pretty good job of solving the issue. Okay, so we have a bug with the surfaces, but that was a bug that already existed. The text itself needs to be able to update when I move the window size. I wrote that down. Beyond that, I think, honestly, this code it's a bit bulky, but, like, I don't think it's terribly bad. I should definitely move this down here, though, so it's a bit more clear what actually needs to change. Yeah, it's a bit bulky, but it's not like anything about it's bad. It's pretty dynamic. We're grabbing the bottom wherever it might be, adjusting it here. Get the parent, and then we adjust based on the size, so it should work for pretty much everything. I don't like adjusting coordinates directly, though. That much is true. So there's definitely a point to be made that perhaps that should happen naturally for every text element? Maybe. But we got to be careful with that. That can get problematic fast if you don't know what you're doing. Because that's the last thing I think about. Is like, well, I think descriptions kind of work this way already, to be honest. They basically just have to manually adjust the Y2, and descriptions are the only other thing I can think of that are text elements that have constantly changing sizes, because almost every other text element doesn't have a changing size. But descriptions do. Descriptions can be either a one-liner or three-liners. So I imagine I should go. I'll probably just do this off stream. Oh, how long is it? 4:20. I'll probably just end up logging off soon anyway. But yeah, taking a look here of however the descriptions handle this dynamism, that's probably the way I'll have to handle it here. It makes the most sense. Let me write down. Okay. Begin porting main UI to sequence. What did I just do? Port log? I guess that would be in progress. Just gotta get my to-do list so I remember all the stuffs I gotta do. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're kind of coming up on it. It's later than I thought, but that's fine. I think I'll do one more thing. We'll do one more. So the last one that comes to mind would be these settings elements, because they're almost in the exact place you'd want them to be anyway. So they seem like they should be kind of easy. Maybe. Where's the to-do on this one? Aha, there it is. 4 menu icons. Found it. All right. So now we just got to do a quick little adjustment here. This one can just be a list. We'll duplicate that. List, settings, setting icon. Yeah, it's right here. Add settings button. Get settings list. Oh, setting element. Interesting. I'm going to move this over here as well as this, because I have more work to look at for there, but I need to expand. There it is. I'll rename this to SE. So I know that's not what I'm looking at here. Yeah, excuse me. I see what's happened here. So this is specific, and we'll worry about that later. This over here is the actual element that we create. We don't need these anymore. I think columns and rows, 2 columns, 2 rows. For now, we just don't care about any of that. Should be center middle. Yeah, it should be good. Now this is the moment of truth, really, is how often do we use this? Often enough. Often enough to cause issues. Now we want to get the settings list. So once again, this is another situation where the best goal here, some point we'll come up with a very good solution as to why or how this needs to be how it is. But until that happens, the easiest solution is just, yep, random mass variable exists, and so therefore we can find it now. Just do get choices. Copy paste. Now this is just a list element now. Setting. Let's see, just sent this thing. It's a list, and so we run all that, no problems. So get the settings, check the save run, blah, 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 blah. And then if instance exists to save element, that's when we can go ahead and do all this other fun stuff. So we just kind of skip right over it if it doesn't exist. Not really much to worry about. Same sort of idea, but just changing around the way things work. These things work a little bit. honestly, this isn't half bad. I was worried this would be pretty tough, but honestly, this is pretty good. Get settings element. We set this thing up. We can probably just call this right here. Most of this is pretty good. If debug puzzle egg, then do not add this thing. Or sorry, like only add this if it's not the special puzzle egg debug. And then add this thing. And then if we're debugging, add them all, and it's fine. Just go ahead. This is a very special case, and this is fine because it's debug code, so I don't mind it being a special case. It's like we're intentionally doing that because I want to cheat. So for everybody else, it's just add these things. Just add them. It's fine. We set the world value directly. Now that's interesting. If we do add... Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. I mean, that's it, right? That's pretty simple. A couple of calls elsewhere, but otherwise, that's the list elements right then and there. I want those to be the same size. Do 700, that looks good. $625, $320. There it is, baby. There's the list, and then you just add all these things and call it a day. Good. Okay, well, I was curious if maybe it was like a sizing thing, but nope, it's definitely just not there. So that's probably fine. And for add settings button. Oops, I know what the problem is. Just got to change that around. Problem solved. Hooray. And really and truly, problem basically solved. I mean, that's ugly as all hell, but hey, you know, beggars can't be choosers. Okay, well, some easy adjustments right away. Bump up to like 800-ish. 900-ish. There we go. Also 900-ish. Something like that. Let's make it a little bigger. A little bigger. A little more room to breathe. Also, it does adjust dynamically. Doesn't really need to do much more than that, honestly. Just the Y. It's good enough. And then we can, of course, figure out how to do this with the column expansion, because this would be how we handle the anchor points. But otherwise, yeah, there you go. Why didn't quite adjust properly? I wonder why that is. I'll have to figure that out at some point. Doesn't really seem correct. I can understand the bounding box, but the actual Y position probably should be able to just adjust that for me. Yeah, there we go. All right. Anyway, that's probably good enough for today. I've got some other non-stream things to take care of. But yeah, that was kind of nice. Let me just finish committing all my other stuff. Importing that. Let me go ahead and mark that last piece off as well. Honestly, you know, I was hoping it'd be a bit smoother than this, but everything considered, it's honestly moving kind of fast. I feel like I actually might be able to get this by the end of the week, and that's pretty good for something that was like, that's so foundational. It's a pretty nice pacing. Alrighty, well, that was a fun stream. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for checking out, you know, something, I don't know, endings. I guess I'll just top on off later. Have a lovely rest of the day.